Go. All right, let's make sure everything's working properly because I haven't done this in like a year. Make sure. There we go. There we go. What's up, dude? How's it going? Why? Okay. There. That's really weird. I updated the title and it didn't work. Let's go, big dog. What's up, man? I hope you're doing well. We're over here lying about what we're doing in the title because I haven't been on here in a year. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, dude. I'm doing good. I missed yesterday's Q&A, and so I thought it'd be kind of fun to watch it, maybe yap with some people in the community. And yeah, that was kind of the plan for today because I missed it all. And apparently there was some good stuff. And if not, then we'll just have some fun anyways. But yeah, I am no one, long time YouTube content creator. Not very long time streamer. It's been about a year since I've last streamed, which is fucking nuts. Sorry, I swear sometimes too. Just warning you guys in advance that that will happen. Just making sure I'm getting all the chat set up and everything. So I had to move my computer out of my office to get some repairs done in my office, and not everything's set up properly. And so I got to make some adjustments here. So it's not going to be as clean as it used to be, but that's okay. That's okay. How is everybody? Go. First started watching my ESO stuff a while back. Well, appreciate it, man. Thanks for still hanging around. It always gets I don't know. Sometimes when people move on to other games, people stop watching, so I appreciate it. There we go. There it is. What server am I playing on? We haven't decided yet. I know it's super exciting. We have not decided what server because we're leaving it up to the guild to vote. They're voting right now. I'll know tomorrow. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up or down, I guess. There we go. But yeah. Anyway, let's dive into this. So yesterday, Steven did an interview with Nice Gaming, Vladis, Lude Lloyd, and Zyback TV. And I did not see it. And so I figured it'd be fun to kind of watch it together. If you guys have seen it, figured it'd be fun to watch it again anyways and see if there's any tidbits we can pick up on. Anything interesting before the early access patch tomorrow. So want to do this, go to bed, and then, you know, tomorrow we will have some fun stuff. So yeah, let's just dive into it here. Oh, do we,
Welcome,
I was gonna say, did the volume not work? Let's try again.
ladies and gentlemen, to our glorious round table that we have planned tonight. I am
Is that loud
joined
enough for
by
everybody?
some of our awesome community content creators. Nice Gaming, who many of you know. We've done Q&As before. Nice, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
Good. How are you? Glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you. I know you've been chatting with your community, helping to kind of curate some of the questions, making sure that we're getting answers that people want to hear.
Is that loud enough? Everybody good?
I think we're going to have a fun night tonight. Thank you for joining us. I always enjoy your content.
Yes, thank you.
We also have Vladis, the glorious Vladis. Vladis, how you doing, brother? Love the hat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stefan,
Inspired by a pretty good person I used to know, or I do know, thankfully.
Used to know. Oh my God. Am I dead already?
No. Great to see everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's going to be an awesome one. I can't wait.
Always enjoy your content as well, Vladis. Of course, you have great conversations, great theory crafting. You're very close to your community, as is nice, of course. So happy to have you. And then we have joining us Lude Lloyd. Lude Lloyd, where did that name come from? Where did Lude Lloyd come from?
Lloyd is actually like my favorite game character from Legend of the Dragoon. He's like the anti-hero.
Is that a weeb show?
That game.
Oh
it's
God,
it's
Steven.
a Japanese RPG. So yeah, you can go with weeb. But yeah, then there's Lude. I like watching the anime. I'm a little bit of a weeb. So yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
You're not too far off, actually.
Happy to have you, brother. Always love your videos that you produce. You have great takes, great theory crafting, positive attitude. Want to see the success of the game. Happy to have you and your questions today as well.
Thank you.
And Zyback TV, our resident
Mr.
PvP ganking extraordinaire. Zyback, how you doing, brother?
Doing good. But
I remember the first time I think that we ever met. You were streaming, I believe it was Crowfall.
Correct. Yeah.
And I jumped into your chat because I was looking around, loved Gordon, loved J. Todd Coleman.
Yeah.
Really thought that the vision that they had for Crowfall was great. And when they did their launch, I was going around different streams and checking in and see how things were going. And I jumped into your stream, I think I recall, and said, "Hey, how's this game looking?"
Yeah, you were chatting me up for like an hour. Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
that
cool.
was fun.
Hey, you got Blair
awesome.
now.
I know we do have
Yeah.
Blair. Blair is phenomenal. Love Blair. Blair is a great dude. Did an unbelievable job with the phishing implementation. Probably one of our cleanest complex feature implementations that we've actually ever had. So very excited to have Blair and excited to have you too and your questions. I know you represent a great demographic in the community, having significant interest in PvP.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So excited to have your takes as well. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Everyone in the audience, thank you for tuning in. I know that it is a late night tonight. Obviously, things at the studio are very hectic right now. We are literally in the final stretch towards our early access launch on Steam. That's on December 11th, which is holy shit, 2 days away. Oh, can I say that? Are we mature audience tonight? I mean, it is.
Yeah, sure.
Very mature.
It's late. Most people
go
are
with
asleep that are underage, right? But it has been a mad dash for us. So I actually didn't know that this was scheduled for the evening until literally I was in my director's triage about an hour ago, and Margaret was like, you have that that Q&A tonight.
There's no way this guy remembered how to go live. I do not actually. I'm figuring out as we go. Pockets, what's up, dude? Nice, what's going on? Yeah, we're watching it. Didn't see a pre-download for it on Steam. Yeah, there's no pre-download yet. It'll be up tomorrow. Apparently, it's by design. So you can add it to your wish list, or you can put it in your library, and then it'll be up for download tomorrow around noon or so. But yeah, let's continue. We're 4 minutes into
I was like,
a 2
my
hour
God,
live stream.
I'm gonna need to make a
Sheesh.
cup of coffee because this morning started at 5 a.m. But as usual, I am as I've told you guys, I am very conversational. I know that you guys
have
have
a plan
questions.
where you want to go tomorrow?
I think it's
we're
great for
voting
the
on it right
audience
now,
if we
and we'll
converse
figure it
about
out.
some of those questions back and forth a little bit.
How
So
about you
I
guys?
of course can be a Q&A pinata. You can hit me and I can throw out answers,
Grabbing some
but I
rest
can
to get ready
also
for a fighter
talk
tomorrow?
about
Yeah, I
the
bet you
answers
are.
with you.
I bet
And I
you
think
are.
that that's something that the community prefers because they get a lot of
You're
insight.
doing the same.
And I'm happy
Makes
to have
sense.
those conversations with you guys. So let's get into it. We might go beyond an hour.
It says
Which
2
one of you
hours.
has your first question ready?
All right, I will start us off.
Oh, nice to start.
MMOs, including Ashes of Creation, often have problems, especially in PvP, balancing ranged versus melee. How do you plan to better incentivize melee and melee auto attacks and improve time to kill so large-scale PvP isn't just interactions from a distance?
It's a good question.
That is
it's a good question. I'm not biased.
An age-old dilemma. And I think that many of us have probably seen different games.
Okay. Sorry. I don't have my second monitor up, so I have everything on the one. My bad. Really doesn't matter to me. I figure no matter what people decide, a single big streamer can screw over an entire server because if something your guild can get in. Yeah. Like we're just kind of trying to decide whether we want more of the same of what we've been doing for the last year, or if we want to try just like the RNG server where we don't know what the fuck's going to happen. And both are tempting, of course. Both are very tempting. We do like PvP. And so I think that's going to be the big leaning factor on where we go, but we'll see. Steam doesn't allow pre-orders, pre-downloads for early access games. Yeah. Yep.
Tackle this
So
problem
sadly,
in different ways.
Download yet.
As a matter of fact, those of you who have been around for several years may recall that back in the early Alpha 1 implementation days, I had the bright idea. Wasn't actually turned out to be a bright idea, but I had the bright idea of setting a minimum distance on the ranged weapons. So if ever a target came within that threshold, you actually could not use your ranged weapon.
That is gross.
And that actually had a more negative response from the community.
Oh, yeah.
There are ways that we can address this that relate to like damage fall off, relate to accuracy fall off. You can have power scaling difference between, ranged weapons and melee weapons. You can apply hit effects on melee weapons like, disables or, hamstringing your target to some degree. You also have cone of effects that apply to our melee weapons right now, which allow you to do more of a type of AoE, style to it. How do we plan to better incentivize melee and ranged weapons going forward? I know that this is a topic on the combat team side. Okay. And there's some lively discussions between the combat designers on how they want to approach this. I don't necessarily have an answer that I can give you right now that's like, we're definitively going to take this path. But I can tell you that what we want to do is we want to try a number of ideas, likely on the PTR to begin with.
Yes.
Get player feedback, see how that, how that plays with the other systems. And then we'll probably hone in on an approach there. But generally it's going to be within the vicinity of some of those things that I mentioned and how other games have dealt with this, right?
Yeah. And
okay, I have a lot to say about this. I titled this Yapping for a reason. I knew this question was popping up. We have this discussion in our guild chat as well about ranged versus melee in general. And there's a few definitive parts about this specific issue. And I think we'll all agree on this, but just so we're all on the same page. Number one, range typically dictates the fight. If you can operate at a longer range than the other person, you typically have first strike. You'd see it in any sort of game. Hell, even boxing, typically the boxer with the longer reach has an advantage because they get to touch them and the other person can't touch them back, typically. And so in this situation, typically range has a built-in advantage to where there is a set distance to where they can't get hit back. So if I have daggers and you guys have like a longbow, sure, if my daggers do more damage, great, I do more damage than your longbow, but I have to get within range in order for them to be effective. And so depending on whatever that range is, you can get 1, 2, 3, 4 different attacks off at that point in time. And so the situation that ends up happening is the melee person typically is at lower health by the time that they engage versus the other person at range, because the person at range should be dictating the fight in that situation. And if they're good at dictating the fight, or their kit is good at dictating the fight, there are instances where basically like they can kill an entire opponent without really taking any damage at all. This happened in New World a lot with the iframes with the bow. This happened in New World a lot with the musket, where the musket just did so much damage at long range, and it had like an afterburner effect that did a shit ton of damage. And so the distance is a built-in advantage, and whether it's PvE or PvP, that's always the case. Also, when you add on top of this, if you're looking at, you know, we're going to look at an isolated incident. Let's look at an isolated scenario where you're going to bring a raid to go take out Firebrand, right? And here's your choices. You have your support, you have your tanks, and you have your DPS. DPS, ranged or melee, do the same amount of damage. Which one are you going to take? Well, if they do the same amount of damage, you're probably going to take the ranged DPS, because they're not going to take the AoE stomps from Firebrand. And so your clerics and your bards aren't going to have to heal as much. You have a better chance of taking out Firebrand because your ranged players are going to be able to just take a lot less damage in general. And so this is the situation you often have in PvP and PvE. And in a lot of games that I've played, this is why they reduce the amount of damage that range builds do. Like this plus coupled with another thing that we'll talk about here in a minute. But just with this basic information, ranged builds in most instances have more built-in mitigation by operating at range than melee builds do. And because this happens, they also can stack more damage. So if you have the choice between high damage sets or high mitigation sets, the melee build will often have to choose between a little bit of the two, depending on the meta, of course, in order to survive and be able to stay in range. Whereas the range build can just go, I'm going to stack pure damage, and my survival is staying out of the fucking way, and I'm going to kill you before you get to me, right? And so it comes down to those two situations. So if you're in the same build and range does the same amount of damage as melee, you have the built-in defensive advantage. But on top of that, melee and range don't build the same. Ranged is going to take advantage of their distance, and they're going to build more damage in general. And so then all of a sudden you have a situation in PvP where a lot of ranged builds will stack more damage than melee builds because they can get away with it. And so now all of a sudden you have a very lopsided situation to where the range builds are just the way to go for PvP in just about any environment. And that's the way it currently is in Ashes of Creation right now. Like even melee builds typically have like their ranged weapon out right now, because it's just due to the spacing of different weapons and different archetypes, it's just easier to land attacks, and you're not missing as many attacks as melee right now. And so you'll see archetypes like fighter in larger scale PvP scenarios where they don't really have a place, at least a place relative to mages and rangers. And so that becomes the situation. And obviously rogue's a little bit of a different beast because it has the ability to have cloak, and they can get in and kind of get out. Them operating at range, or, you know, getting within distance, isn't the same issue that a tank or a fighter has. And so this is the issue we're seeing a lot right now in Alpha 2. And it's the time-honored classic for any PvP MMORPG. Like, how do you make these engagements fun? Because I've encountered it both ways, where melee's overtuned or range is overtuned, and it's really tough to find that fun middle ground.
Those things that you suggested as examples, yeah, I'd love to try any of those on PTR. That's really good.
I like Fitty Jen says, we have concepts of a plan. We do. We have concepts of many plans, actually. Oh. But, you know, we don't want to willy-nilly this into the release stream. We want to take the time to get the player feedback on which of these types of approaches are preferred.
All right.
Sure. Two small suggestions on that while I've got the man here. Take wound off of longbow. I don't think the longbow needs a healing debuff, and that would make it exclusive to melee weapons. the healing debuff.
Yeah.
So I think that is a place to start. I don't think longbow needs any help anyway. It's already like sort of the meta weapon outside of that.
Yes.
And this one is going to be a little controversial, and that is, I would consider not adding the assist target feature into the game whatsoever. The feature where you, like, let's say Steven is targeting somebody, where everybody in the raid can just snap on that target, aimbot, 50 guys all hit the same guy instantly.
This guy.
That feature, just don't make it. Just don't make it.
I love watching chat because you have half the people that are like, yes, and then you got the other people that are like, ban this guy.
Yeah. But
now you know the problem of design. You know what I mean? Like, you have this concept, you have this thought, you're never going to please everyone.
So the assist target, I feel very strongly about, because I think 100%. There is a skill in having the battlefield awareness to be able to read that and find your target and have the people in your group do it, rather than just hitting target assist raid leader and having 50 people aimbot onto poor bastard and he explodes.
100%.
I gotta tell you, one of my favorite things during Lineage 2 sieges was coming up against a
okay. So before we get into Steven's story, let's talk about that a little bit, because I think this is important. Zyback, in my opinion, is 100% right here. The auto assist aim, like, you already have. Here's all I'm going to say: you already have tab target. You already have the ability to put symbols over people's heads, right? Like, you already have these two abilities built into the game to assist in finding the person you're targeting. So you can go, hey, hit the greatsword, because one of the symbols that you can have is a greatsword over somebody's head. Focus the greatsword. And players can then tab target onto the greatsword already. They can already do it. Or if they're using action combat because they like to struggle like I do, you can see the greatsword over their head and focus the greatsword. The redundancy of having the auto target on there, I understand why it exists. I totally get it. It's a little bit too much of easy mode. Like, it's a little bit too much of, like I said, it's a free aimbot, and I feel really bad for the clerics and bards that have to deal with this, because the other group should have the PvP awareness, or the awareness in general, to be able to auto focus the targets that are being pointed out. We shouldn't have to have the ability to just automatically focus whoever the raid leader is focusing on top. So I completely agree with this. I think you already have it, and I don't think you need more of it. That would be how I would say it. What was the other thing that he said in the beginning? Oh, take wound off longbow? Yes, 100%. Wound on longbow is not needed. Longbow in large scale PvP is already like one of the best weapons, if not the best weapon, because literally you could operate from range and pepper people. And if you have multiple people targeting the same person, that person's just not healing very much. And they're taking damage that, if the other side doesn't have a longbow, they're struggling in that situation. And so I completely agree with both of those. I think you can do other things for longbow to make it a little bit more interesting. I think you can provide another utility outside of wound. Like, wound does seem like a very specific bleed or debuff style ability for melee. You can have some other modifier you could put in. Like, I'm not saying mana sustain is the one that you put on the longbow, because the short bow already kind of has it. But you can do something like that where you have a separate utility capabilities. Maybe you have extra stam sustain because you have to pull the bow back. You get an extra dodge roll or something like that. Like, you can add something else to the longbow that makes it unique, that doesn't give it the wound. I completely agree with both.
A Hawkeye party, or any archer party basically that was on the siege field, and they all had their macro set to aim assist off one dude, and they had the blade dancer, and they had their sword singer, and it literally was just switching targets. It was just tabbing between targets. It was a tab between dead. It was just like, and then they became the battlefield priority. You were like, we need to take that archer team out, but they had max range. And probably a lot of us have experienced that.
Ugh. Yeah, I was also sorry. I was also thinking along the lines of like melee versus ranged attacks having different power as well.
Yes,
could be a potential
the melee is
solution.
already a little bit better, but it's not enough to for the Yeah,
I
consistency.
think it's a
Yeah.
problem in your game where melee characters are using their ranged weapons even when someone are right in front of them.
It definitely is, and that's why I said, there is a lively debate amongst the combat designers on how to address the issue. We're aware of the issue. We see the issue. It's
Yep.
front and center in our minds, as a balance point between those two, itemization choices. And I think there are a lot of healthy ideas that once we get it into the hands of the PTR testers, we're going to get better direction on what is appropriate for the community and for the current design of the game.
Sweet.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
say this? Just it's not really regarding this, but just A and B testing and PTR. I really wish that you guys could label like, hey, we're going to try this thing, because most of the time when there's a patch note, people think that this is just now the philosophy or this is now the thing.
Yeah, that's a great idea. For sure.
So just adding like, hey, we're going to do some A and B testing with like ranged combat. Tell us what you like in this patch compared to the future patch that's going to happen. Just
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I wish I had a producer present that could take this as an action item, because that's a great
That is a
point
good idea. I like
in
that.
how we facilitate the PTR testing. As you said, right now when you see something on a change list, a lot of people lose sight of the fact that could be temporary. That could be a test. That could be a balance point that's going to get rejiggered. We saw that with some of the TTK improvements, some of the combat stats. Like, it's constantly an ebb and flow before we
Right.
find the exact middle in the right place. That's pretty standard, but that's a very good point.
And Adam's going to take notes for you.
Oh, perfect. Adam, that's an action item. Go for it, buddy.
Done. All right.
Okay.
I guess I'll move on to my question.
All right.
With all 8 archetypes finally launching December 11th, how proud are you of the current status of them? And has there been a desire internally to change or rework the archetypes at their base to synergize with the upcoming 64 class system?
Oh.
So has there been a desire to internally change or rework archetypes?
Ooh.
Yes,
what a
there's
question.
actually a initiative that is scheduled for next milestone at the start of the new year. And what that initiative is taking into account is, you saw an early preview of the cleric skill tree rework, right? I think we showed that off back in like maybe
July.
October, September.
Mhm.
Oh my God, where's the time?
It was a little preview in July.
Okay, it felt like literally yesterday. But in order to complete that across all the archetypes, first action item for the team is going to be completing the audit. And the audit is going to go through and identify mainly 3 axes. First and foremost is, what is the disposition of DPS skills per archetype versus utility skills versus defensive skills versus mobility skills. Now that we have the full 8 archetypes in place, we're going to go through each of them in understanding how they play right now. What's the balance essentially from a group dynamic perspective, and then how do we want to inform either new skill creation to fill the gaps that we identify as part of that audit. And then the second axis that we're going to be working on is balance, right? We're talking about numbers, specific damage values,
I like
cooldown
numbers.
values, mana cost requirements.
Sure.
That's going to be an important step of the archetype audit. And then the third is going to be effect synergy. Right. So how do conditions promote off of each other? How do they interact with other archetypes? And all of that's going to be in order for us to best set up ourselves for what will then come likely in the following milestone after that, which is going to be going down the path of augmentation and developing out the classes. So we first want to establish the archetype base now that we have all 8 in place and we can get the proper testing. And then that's also going to include the rank systems that we're going to incorporate across the board for the archetypes within the skill tree. And that's going to be our focus in the next milestone.
Okay, so this is good. I think this is a good step. I think the balance, reworking, like looking at all the individual pieces, I think all of that is good. Before all of that happened, I think they need to just take a poll from the community on which archetypes are fun, because there are some archetypes right now that just aren't nearly as fun as the other ones. They're not as well. It has nothing to do with balance. Okay, like I want to be clear here when I'm saying what I'm saying here. Nothing I'm saying right now pertains to balance. The fighter kit, the way the fighter moves, the way the fighter goes from ability to ability is very smooth. And although we have had patches to where fighter hasn't been very effective, the overall base kit, I have no notes, no complaints. Obviously, some buffs would be good. Obviously, overhauls, everything that Steven's talking about here is good. Like that is a good step to take for fighter. Same thing with rogue. Like rogue is really freaking fun. I have a lot of fun playing rogue. I had a lot of fun playing ranger. I had a lot of fun with all three of those archetypes. I've tried tank. I don't find tank very fun. I just think that the kit needs. It's not even that it's about, like I said, not that it's about strength. It's the utility and how the skills function relative to other archetypes. Like it just doesn't feel the same. Like it's tough to explain. It's just like when you play it, is the tank fun? And we have a lot of tanks in our guild and other tanks that I talk to in the community, and they just don't think the tank is as fun. And I think I would say the same thing with cleric as well. Cleric is obviously strong. It's obviously going to have its place. But it's just the overall kit, I think, needs to be tweaked a little bit. So it's a little bit more fun and a little bit more engaging. Bard and Mage, I haven't really heard complaints about. Those things are overtuned or have been overtuned. But overall, like most of the kits are good, but I just think Tank and Cleric needs more fun attention, if that makes sense. It just like some of the skills just don't really mesh with the rest of them. It's funny. I love Cleric and it's fun as shit. My second favorite is actually Tank. Bard. So we're like polar opposites. That's fair then. You know, maybe that's what they're getting from the community. Maybe the community really likes it. I know tanks that have played Tank. They just wish that it had a little bit more utility, or it just had a little bit more to it, I guess. And clerics I've talked to have felt the same way. Fun tension is a great way to put it. Like, is this fun? Is this fun to play? Is it fun to activate skills? Like rogue and fighter could be completely nerfed to the ground, and I think they're fun. I think they have the right power fantasy. I think they have the right dynamics for how they should function, and their overall effectiveness can be balanced and tweaked. I do play cleric as a DPS cleric and not an actual healer. I love the control and damage pressure. Okay, fair enough. I would say that I do think a few of the archetypes do need a slight base overhaul, because it's got to be fun first. Like that's where you got to start with. Is the archetype fun? And then once it's at fun, then you balance, then you tweak, and then you overhaul it. That would be my only addition to that.
Did that answer your question? Was that actually the answer to the question? That's how we're reworking.
I guess kind of. So there's going to be essentially some reworks that are coming in to kind of reestablish skill trees.
Summoner has fun tension. I haven't played it yet.
A lot of the community is asking mostly buff fighter, help mage out with sustain, maybe not have their mobility tied to their CC break, stuff like that.
Yeah. So all of like those things that are at the top of the mind of the community in playing these archetypes right now in their current form are a part of our, information and how we go through the audit when we determine things like missing mobility or inaccurate promotions, synergy between the abilities. What are the cost requirements in order to utilize, lifesteal for the fighter or for mobility for the mage? Like all of those things, the community teams watch the Discord, they watch the forums, they watch the CCs, the content creators, and they collate that information into reports that are given on a bi-weekly basis to each of the teams. So we have all of that information that's collected from a feedback perspective, and then that's incorporated when the teams set out their plan to actually do the work.
And then,
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
sorry, just one last part.
Fighter, it's overpowered. Someone just said that in chat.
True. I actually know who that is. No, and the second part to that is the upcoming 64 class system. We're expecting this to synergize, these like skill trees and everything to synergize with what is to come in the future, and that these base archetypes are being set up for success rather than failure, and rebalancing nightmare.
Right. Totally. Yeah, I mean that would be what would be considered part of the success criteria, the acceptance criteria of the audit. That we're essentially
Okay. Before Steven dives into this, sorry, I just want to quick harp on, not harp. Harp is the wrong word. Let's yap about it. And when I see the 64 class system, and I am not a developer, I'm not whatever, but I would just, you got me thinking pockets. I want the trees with options to specialize in your specific direction. I think that each archetype should have its own specific weakness, either a lack of damage, a lack of mobility, or a lack of sustain. Basically, like it should have something. Obviously, you can have a lacking in mitigation. There's other things you can add in, but there should be some sort of weakness that your specific archetype has, that other archetypes do not have. And so, I think in that situation, then if you want a specific thing, like let's say, let's just provide like a simple example. Let's say Rogue has the ability to have more critical damage than anybody else, right? Because it's a rogue, backstab from stealth, more critical damage. They're just going to hit harder. If I were to stack Rogue, I should be able to double dip into the critical damage, and I'm basically amplifying my strength of being able to strike and do critical strike damage, right? That would be the option that I want. If I go Rogue Tank, I know that I'm supplementing. One of the weaknesses of a rogue should be that it's a little bit squishier. If I go Rogue Tank, I'm supplementing some of that weakness with a tank by adding potentially more mitigation, right? Something like that, where I can either build into strengths or I can build into weaknesses. But each archetype needs to be strong in whatever that direction is. And when you see the archetype, you just know what its strength is right off the bat. Like when you see a tank, you should think mitigation, health. Like that just makes sense, right? For a tank, like it should just be, if you choose a tank augment, you're getting bulkier. If you choose a rogue, you should be able to, instead of getting bulkier, you are doing more burst damage, right? If you choose a cleric, you should have more healing power, in whatever you're trying to do, whether you have more leeching or your heals in general heal you for more. Like all these should have their specific things. And like that should be how you kind of build it. And so when you're looking at the archetypes at base, you got to look at, are they fun? And then you need to build their own weaknesses and strengths kind of around how they're fun and how they would play a little bit. What's up, Tana? How are you? Nice spends half his Q&A staring into your soul.
Setting ourselves up for what will be the next milestone, which is the augmentation work, which is really the synergy of the classes amongst themselves. So that's kind of how we operate. I know that the combat team has a lot of plans already in place for that, through both their own introspection, but also their inspection of the feedback that the community has garnered while playing these classes through phase 1, 2, and 3.
Is it just a rebalancing, or will we
Yes,
potentially see any brand new abilities of these base classes?
The brand new abilities is the first axis, right? So that's like, hey, this tank class is missing utility, right? Because when we stack it up against the other archetypes, and where the tank is supposed to, and I'm just using this as an example, where the tank is supposed to exist, is 3 out of 8 in the scale of the 8 archetypes with regards to utility numbers, but they're not meeting that because they don't have enough abilities that fit the utility criteria. So that might or for fighter, right? That might then result in either completely new abilities being made and introduced into the skill tree, or a rework of existing abilities to add additional effects to them, right? And then the second one was balance, and the third was effects, right? So that's kind of the approach of auditing the archetypes.
All right. You want me to move on to my question?
Sure.
Okay. I guess I made this very quick and short, but just to give preface. So, Steven, you made a tweet, a pretty long one. And I think in the majority of that tweet, I would say the minority of that tweet, you mentioned pushing for beta next year.
Yes.
Yes. So there's been a lot of how are we going to achieve that? We know how huge this project is. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna list off some systems for you, and you're gonna kind of tell me, is this gonna meet launch, or is this system potentially delayed or even cut? Okay.
Well, yeah, let me just first address that for a second.
Oh
So,
boy.
with regards to, us moving into beta,
Mhm.
obviously our goal is to get to beta in a sustainable, quality-driven way, right?
Absolutely.
And our focus for beta is to establish the core systems of the project, but also making sure that we're answering our Kickstarter promises, because at the
Right.
end of the day, this project was born from Kickstarter. And so, at a minimum, those Kickstarter promises are going to be fulfilled. Now, to what degree that, content and features that we've, brought along the way might get deprecated for a post-release update, that's still outstanding conversation, right? And that
Absolutely.
changes literally on a month-to-month basis, right? As we inform both the resources that we have from a developer's perspective, how many developers we're onboarding, how many outsource houses we're onboarding, what our timeline facilitates as a need based off of our live testing. And now we're moving into a live testing environment that's going to have a lot more people through Steam. That's going to demand more of our developer resources to address the current issues as opposed to focusing on the future feature or content development, right? That's always the split that live service games have problems with, is maintaining the live service while also the forward perspective. That could change on a month-to-month basis.
Absolutely.
So I can give you some answers here as it stands
All right, hold on.
today, so long as every person listening understands that that is subject to change. And I know that I say this all the time, and I'm like a broken record, and nobody ever remembers it when they say,
Nobody
but Steven
listens.
said this. Well, yes, Steven did say that, but Steven also said that that shit is subject to change. Let's not forget that, because that's a very important byproduct of every statement I make, right?
I'm sure
yeah.
the MMORPG subreddit they'll understand.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They'll
I'm
understand.
sure that the Sea of Salt will understand that.
They're always so hopeful over there.
Yes,
I think it's
that's right.
just it's perspective, right? I think the people that, I think all the content creators here, a lot of people that have been deep in this community for a long time, want to be able to educate new people as to like, well, because a new person be like, oh, they're already pushing for beta. Isn't this game super massive? Like, so I just want to be able to give us the ammunition so we
like
can
it.
educate people. That's
For
really
sure.
more my thing. So I'm just, again, I'm going to list off some stuff, and
All right.
and if you want to discuss further after that, we can make a discussion, but just for context.
Sure.
Okay, before we dive into this, this is one of the questions I kind of heard brought up, because it is important to discuss. And Steven kind of hinted at this earlier this year. It kind of caught my attention. I wasn't going to do a video on it. Well, I didn't do a video on it because it was a little bit too tinfoil hatty for me. But there was a point in time after like the entire NARC situation happened in January where Steven was live streaming a lot, and they were asking him questions about, how long are we going to be in alpha, questions like that. And I don't know if it still exists, but somebody posted a Twitch recording that really stuck to me. And Steven said something along the lines of like, I don't want to be in a years long alpha, meaning like he only wanted the alpha to be shorter than years, right? Shorter than years, plural. And so when I heard that, I was like, wow, like how quickly are they going to get this stuff done? And then there was some issues with like selling the keys, and there were some monetary questions, and like some videos brought some stuff up, and the main Intrepid count was posting comments on different channels. And they were like, hey, like, we just want to let you know this is for alpha, beta, like explaining what the keys are, explaining why the prices are what they are. And then at the end, if I remember correctly, I'm sure it's still in Discord, but it said something like, in the alpha 3 will last no more than a year. Or sorry, not alpha 3, I'm sorry. Phase 3 of alpha 2 will last no more than 1 year or something like that. And so it was like, okay, so you have Steven saying he doesn't want to be in a year's, plural, long alpha. And then you have the official Intrepid account basically iterating the same thing. It sounds like we're going to get beta relatively soon, right? And so when Steven made the announcement like a couple weeks ago talking about how they're going to try to hit beta in 2026, it's like, okay, well, like this, yeah, like this is what they're trying to do. it's going to be interesting to see what kind of content, before he got into the content that they're talking about, what potentially will be removed. I wanted to kind of highlight that because I've been under the assumption for a while that beta would be in 2026, and I wasn't sure how encompassing beta was going to be. Was it going to focus on specific levels of the system? Was it going to focus on specific player loops, or what was it going to be? I don't know. So it'll be interesting to hear this. How did you feel about the balance in ESO, their ability to hybridize classes with a smaller version of this? I didn't like hybridization at all. And it wasn't that hybridization is necessarily a bad thing, just like their multi-classing isn't necessarily a bad thing. The issue that they had, in my opinion, is they didn't properly balance their individual class trees. And so what they ended up doing by hybridizing and by multi-classing is they made the choices a lot less than what they actually were. And so although it portrayed the idea of having a lot of choices, due to a lack of going through and overhauling other skill kits and making stuff as strong as Nightblade or Necromancer or Warden, for instance, you had people choosing the exact same things. I'm going to put Nightblade on my Templar. I'm going to put Nightblade on my Necromancer. I'm going to put Nightblade on this because the assassination skill tree is just best in slot. It's just really freaking strong. And so you have this situation to where now all of a sudden a warden couldn't choose to have that anymore, but now everybody's going to choose it. And so the illusion of having multiple choices didn't exist. I've heard this was the same issue with Arcage as well. Arcage had a bunch of classes, but they didn't go through and balance things. And so because of that, the 60, I don't know how many classes Arcage had. I'm not going to pretend to, but I heard that it was the actual effectiveness of classes was much, much narrower. And that falls on the development team. The idea of 64 classes is cool, but it's only as cool as the development team will go through and overhaul kits to make sure each individual class has some ways to do some things. And if they don't do that, then you're going to go from 64 to 32 to 12 to 10, whatever. You're going to lose out. And so it really depends on the development team, in my opinion.
So first item, second continent.
So I would say,
Jesus, God,
that's a good start.
I will just be honest that where we are today, when I look at the game that we're delivering, when I look at the size of the first continent, when I look at the POIs that are ahead of us to develop in making that first continent, sustainable and rich with content and having a lot of players there, the second continent does not meet my MVP requirements. It is a would like to have, and if we find the right outsource partners to expedite development of that, then the jury's still out on whether or not we will have the second continent. But for launch, correct? Right. Yes, for launch. Now, if I were to cut something that would get us to a polished, finished state for all the core systems and have enough content to facilitate 10,000 concurrent players on a server, I do believe that the first continent is sufficient for that. And the second continent is a potential follow post the initial launch. And it makes sense for the second continent to be a good follow post launch. Right. Is the decision made on that front? No, it is not. Because again, how we move into the next year, how we leverage outsource partners could greatly expedite all the content requirements in order for us to have a second continent at launch versus after launch.
Okay, so I have a pretty hot take with this. Well, maybe it's not too hot. We'll see. We'll see what you guys say on if this is a hot take or not. I think that if you're going to have 10K concurrent players with the ocean and with one continent, that map is already too big for 10K concurrent players. I think that map is too big. I think it actually needs to be reduced a little bit for 10,000 concurrent players so that you actually have things to compete over. I was going to do, I guess this is going to be a theme of this video. Over a year ago, I was working on a video talking about one of my biggest concerns with Ashes of Creation. And I can go back and I can pull the receipts if you guys want to see them. You guys can take me at my word. I'm sure you will. But in Discord, I had multiple conversations with people, and my concern was that the map size relative to the population was too big. And although you could have the best content in the world, you could have an immersive world, you could have this engaging area, if the map is too big for the population, it's not going to feel like a massively multiplayer online game. And so when I was comparing map sizes, I was looking at New World versus Ashes of Creation, and the overall map size of Ashes of Creation, if I remember correctly, is like 10 times the size of New World, but they only have 3 times the population, only 3 times. And so when you look at it, or maybe it was 30 times the size, either way, the population density of Ashes of Creation is 1/10 of the map, the original map of New World, 1/10. So imagine like you're running through New World and you see somebody, which it doesn't exist anymore, of course, but like when it did exist, when the populations were full, imagine you see for every 10 people you see 1 person. That's what Ashes of Creation feels like with the full continent, the full servers at 10K pop. And so when I was crunching numbers, when I was looking at things, I think they need around 25 to 35,000 players on a server in order for the overall map size to be big enough. And New World didn't have mounts though. Yeah, that's true. Then they did have mounts. And so like I'm talking about it from the perspective when they did have mounts. But yes, you're absolutely right. But when you look at it, like my biggest concern is that they make this awesome, cool map, but the population just doesn't fit properly. And so it doesn't matter what kind of content you have. If a game feels dead, people aren't going to play the game. People are going in for that communication and camaraderie. And due to lack of fast travel and these sorts of things, that communication doesn't really exist in the same way. And so that would be the biggest issue. And so there was a point in time where Steven was talking with Pirate Software, and they asked him like, hey, have you considered adding population to the server? And he's like, yeah, actually we are considering it. And I was like, okay, well, I don't have to do this video anymore, because if they are going to add more people to the server, I'll just wait until we have the number before I do a video and kind of nerd out on population density, right? Like I don't think YouTube will like garner a bunch of attention if I go into population density and MMORPGs. I just don't think that is a huge button clicking video, but I think it is important. It is important for having in a world. And so I don't want to sound like a white knight when I say this, but if they are only going to have in air quotes, if it's going to be 10,000 concurrent players, 1 continent and the high seas is enough. Like it really is enough. If they're going to add the other continent, I will state that I think they need to have more players, or else it's just going to feel empty. And so this idea of losing a continent, I get it. But like this has been my concern for a while, and I think it just makes sense right now just to have 1 continent. So if there was other content being reduced, then I'm going to have issues. But this one I think just makes sense from a playability perspective.
Okay, so next one, we talk about 64 classes. So are 64 classes with all augments in schools
plus the underworld, plus the high seas? Yes,
that is correct.
Exactly.
Yes. 64 classes are an MVP requirement.
Okay, level 50.
Level 50 is an MVP requirement.
Tolnar and Underrealm.
Tolnar is actually Tolnar has made a lot of progress, and Tolnar I absolutely do consider to be in by launch. Yes. Underrealm. Now, Underrealm, we have the assets for the Underrealm in order to build out those locations. We have a few locations that are built but not accessible right now for the Underrealm. Now, the original intent for the Underrealm was to be very expansive across the entirety of the continent. I do foresee there being a potential for us to dial that back to some degree, making sure that the Underrealm is
Still
present at overland choke points, having
Yeah.
alternative options for transit through the world, because that's really the strength that the Underrealm provides from a gameplay perspective. If we're talking about viable gameplay loops and core content. So yes, the Underrealm will be present as an MVP requirement, but it will be potentially scaled back in its prevalence throughout the continent.
That's good to hear. The settlement system fully completed, like with all 4 types, all buildings.
Yes, as you know, okay. we did recently announce, I think it was a few months ago, that we removed an entire level from the settlement for launch. Now we are leaving open the opportunity to reintroduce that level post-launch. So right now, originally they were intended to be 6 levels. And right now we are planning on 5 levels of settlement, but they will have 4 types, and they will continue to have different election types.
Okay. And instance dungeons?
Yes, we will have.
What's up, dude? How are you?
Dungeons.
The naval
and the instancing tech will likely be worked on starting next milestone. So you may see some initial, you may see some initial PTR testing of that in the first quarter of next year.
The animal husbandry system and breeding system fully by launch?
Animal husbandry system, yes, and breeding system is planned for by launch as well.
The freehold system fully completed by launch or delayed?
Freehold system is going to be fully completed by launch, and it is something that we are planning to prioritize in our next milestone as well, which is not just the freehold system getting up to par with where we want it to be. I know we disabled freeholds several months ago, and that was because while the system was functioning from a core implementation functional standpoint, meaning there were freeholds in the world, you could own a freehold, you could plant some shit on the freehold, you had a house on the freehold. What we need to do is further develop the deployable technology, our deployable tech, which is the ability to place furniture within the house in a way that is conducive to a good experience, customization, having
like meaningful.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely. We have the items produced for that as well. Like all the assets are done. So next milestone, we plan to work on finishing up freeholds. The systems team is going to be working on that. But in addition to that, we'll also be introducing new settlement layouts that incorporate static housing, which was always intended. Because it shares a lot of tech between freehold and static housing. And then once we have instancing online, which again we're going to be working on next month, it might even include some bare minimum instancing of the apartment system and or the inn system. We're going to have a heavy focus on housing starting next milestone.
Monster coin system?
Yes, Monster Coin system, as you saw, an initial implementation of that with our little ancients that we had, I think last year sometime. That has been stood up from a functional standpoint. Now we just need to build progression and incorporate the additional creature types.
Combat pets.
Combat pets could potentially
say no.
They're gone.
Cut.
They're eliminated.
Yes, they could be. We will see.
We're not going to argue with you about it.
I'm aware that combat pets are not, super popular.
Yep.
But it is something, we already have the system and technology in place for that because it shares with the summoner, pet tech essentially.
Fair.
But it's something that we are discussing on the design side.
And last one, constellations.
Constellations will be in, yes.
Okay, so the gist is like they will have one less continent. David, what's going on, dude? I haven't we talk on YouTube, but we don't talk on Twitch much or YouTube. 10K numbers for early testing. So I can pull the clips. Not right now. I don't remember the exact live streams at the exact minute at the moment, but I can go find them later. It was last year, there was an interview with Pirate where he said that they can add more than 10K concurrent players. Like if you go and you look at the Wikipedia, they said that each server, each realm will have 10,000 players on at any point in time. And then they said that they could add more. And then there was an interview, it might have been with Pirate again this year, or it was with somebody else, but they asked about the server size. And Steven was specific in saying something along the lines of like, specific in something along the lines that doesn't go together. But there was something along the lines of, servers will have 10,000 players. And so it went from we can add more, we're looking at adding more, to back to this. And so I don't know what they're going to end up on, obviously, but there was a change in how it was talked about. And so that's why I was bringing it up. Regardless of whatever the number is, I don't care if it's 10,000, I don't care if it's 100,000. I think that the emphasis on overall map size needs to be taken into account because the map was extremely large and extremely ambitious. And even with content, I was very concerned about the overall population on there, to a point where I was talking about it in Discord for like over a year ago. Cause it just doesn't feel right. Have they hit a milestone? They hit phase 2, the correct date on phase 2, phase 2.5, they delayed, which was supposed to be phase 3. 2.75 they delayed, but they're going to hit this one. So I think half of the milestones they've hit on the right day so far. Or maybe it's 2 out of 5 instead of 2 out of 4. Not my combat pets. Yeah. Thought they're doing 5. Okay. So Hobo, the difference that I'm talking about is live concurrency versus Alpha 2. So I'm talking about when the game goes live, not right now on Alpha 2. On live, they're going to have 10,000 players, but right now on Alpha 2, they're going to have 5,000.
Zyback, it's yours, bro. I'm so satisfied right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so like
So,
next to nothing got
corruption
reduced,
system.
except for the one thing that I think should have been.
Just to preface this, 'cause I know
And by the way, let me just, I'm sorry, real quick. Let me just reiterate because I see a few comments in a few comments in chat. When I say that these things are not MVP for launch necessarily, or they're being considered not MVP for launch, that doesn't mean they're being removed from the game. It means that what isn't necessary for launch will be in a patch post-launch. So if I'm referring to the second continent, if I'm referring to the expansion of the Underrealm, those are things that we would work to introduce post-launch. So just be aware of that.
Yeah, like a DLC,
okay.
Yes.
basically.
So corruption system. I just want to preface this question because I know we have a bunch of people that aren't familiar with how it currently works, and there's a lot of people worried about things that they shouldn't be worried about. Like the main concern that people that don't know about this game, they think that it's just max level characters running around killing low level characters, and that's what happens.
Correct.
That doesn't happen. So please, people in the Twitch chat, for anybody freaking out, answer their questions. My question is, what are the plans to change the corruption system?
Okay, I'm sorry, Zyback. I don't want to interrupt you. You brought up a good point, and I'm going to iterate this for the people that are watching and people that may watch later. I have been playing Alpha 2 every single week since the game has gone, since the game came out. Alpha 2 came out last October. I have put hundreds of hours into Alpha 2. Hundreds of hours. Each phase, I've put hundreds of hours into it. I have played a lot. I am very PvP focused more often than not. I am looking for PvP. And with all that being said, I have gotten PK'd one time in at least my thousands of hours that have happened in the current state of the game. And this shit bugs me to no end about how people talk about how this game is a grief fest, because anybody that says it, I'm not saying that people don't get griefed more than me and that it hasn't ever happened. It has happened, of course, but it's not the grief fest that people are claiming it's going to be. And it just shows a lack of knowledge from people that are playing. And that's the thing that bugs me. I think Nice said the same thing. I think Nice has been PK'd once, and he's a content creator, and he walks around with the account name Nice Gaming where people want to kill him. And so it's just one of those perspectives where it's like, right now, the corruption system is very, very harsh. And yes, sure, towards the end of the phase, like when people know it's going to wipe, like people might go kill happy. But even then, it wasn't happening to me. Like people weren't going kill happy with me. The only times I've gotten corrupted, I think 5 times personally. 4 of them were unintentional. 4 of them were exploits that people were using against me. And the other time was on purpose. So all I'm trying to say is it is a PvX game. There is PvP that happens. But every time I see somebody talking about how like it's just a griefing game and like it's going to happen, it's just people that know that it can happen, and a one-time happening is a deal breaker for them, which is fine. Like if that's how you're going to approach it, that's fine, but that's not griefing. In my opinion, like it's not griefing. I think the only time I was PK'd and not opting into PvP was when Planon went corrupt on me. I think one corruption was on purpose as well, but been corrupted probably about 5 times. Yeah. It just doesn't happen very often. The one time that somebody went corrupted on me, I thought they might have had good gear, and I let them go corrupted on purpose because they were attacking me in the middle of the town, and I wanted to take their gear. Like I could have fought back, but I wanted their gear. And so that's the only reason I let it happen. And I came back and they had nothing. And so joke's on me, basically. But yeah, it's just silly. Feel the same way. I feel like it comes from an entire generation of MMO players that played PvE focused games with PvP as a side quest, and they can't accept a hint of risk. Yeah, and that's okay. Like it is okay if people don't like PvP at all. It is okay. The thing that bugs me is it's so not okay for them that, like, well, how's the best way to put this? Let's talk about Palia, right? Do you guys know Palia, the MMORPG? Not my cup of tea at all. Not something I'm interested in. Final Fantasy, the exact same way. I'm not saying they're bad games. I'm just not interested, right? They're just not something I'm interested in. I'd rather have like something with PvP into it. I'd rather have a certain kind of combat to it. Imagine if I went over to the Palia in Final Fantasy servers and bitched for years about how they needed to incorporate PvP into their games, about how they needed more PvP, about how they needed PvX stuff, and how they needed to change the core philosophy of their game. And I just sat there on Discord talking about how much the game just sucks because there's no amount of risk. It's a completely different game. And I sound insane even talking about it right now. Like that's what I don't understand. It's cool. Like, if you don't like this type of game, totally cool. I totally understand. Like, you just don't want to play that type of MMORPG. There are 10 other MMORPGs in the genre that have exactly what you want. Why don't you play those? Like, that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't get. And because I'm really excited about this one. This one is unlike all the other ones. This one's unique. This one has the attention of a lot of different people that like this type of system. They like the idea of risk reward versus reward. They like the idea of being rewarded for things that they do and punished for things that don't go well. Like, that type of system has a lot of replayability. It gets boring when it's not replayable. And people just, I don't know. It's annoying. That's all I'm trying to say. I'll get off my soapbox. Let's listen to the answer.
Into something that people actually engage with in good faith. As of right now, people either never use it, they're victims of corruption baiting, or they engage with the system in bad faith by bypassing the consequences through various means. And
Correct.
It's kind of been like that for a year.
Yeah, it has. And just to level set why it has been that way for the year, we obviously want to test corruption. It is a core.
Okay. I'm sorry. We're chatting right now. You should have seen this stream's chat live then. The phrase forced PvP was used nonstop even after Steven explains exactly what PvX means. Exactly. Like, here's the thing that's annoying to me, okay? Like I said, I played every phase. I went back, and we were talking about this earlier today. We went back, and we were talking about phase 2. In phase 2, there were 2 different servers. There was the Pirate Software server, and then there was the PvP server. And our guild was on the PvP server. This was at the same point in time where Pirate Software and a few other guilds were working together to where they had an amnesty day. If you go on YouTube, you can look it up. There's a few other content creators that talked about it, where basically no caravans were to be touched that one day. Like, everybody was free to run caravans to their heart's content on that server. And nobody was going to attack them because that was the mutual agreement that they had, which is cool, right? That's something you can do in a PvX game. So 2 things. Number 1, an entire server got together and decided that they weren't going to fight each other. They decided that as a community that they weren't going to fight each other, which is cool. It's respectable. It wouldn't have worked on the other server, but it's still something cool that they did. Number 2, that server died a lot faster than the other server. Like, we had people that went over there to go check it out, and they were like, guys, like all their main nodes are dead. Like, they're dead. Nobody's engaging in it. And think about why. This game revolves around conflict and revolves around competition. And if nobody's competing, you just kind of race to the stuff that you need. And if you don't find that you need higher level gear and materials, what are you going to do? You're going to stop playing. And that wasn't happening on the other server because people needed more gold. They needed to have better mats. They needed to upgrade their gear. They needed to have better weapons to inflict on their enemies because there was competition in that area. And so when you look at phase 2 specifically on the NA servers, we literally had better retention on the PvP server, which is not something PvEers will say. They'll say that the forced the quote unquote forced PvP forces people out of the game. It makes a lot of people not play it. But we saw the exact opposite of that. Nobody talks about people not playing the game when it gets boring, because that's what happens when you have no conflict. It gets fucking boring. And that's the thing that's annoying. This entire last phase that we had, this phase 2.75 before what's going to come out tomorrow, there was like no PvP at all. They got due to the change to crates, caravans didn't exist anymore. There weren't really many node wars. There's a few tests and whatnot, but if you weren't part of a node, you didn't have to worry about it. There weren't many guild wars. There are so many guild war declines that people just stopped doing guild wars entirely. Corruption was way too high, and then people weren't going into different zones. The main PvP that I got was coordinating with other guilds to PvP with, because that's what we wanted to do. Outside of that, organic PvP didn't exist. And so when we look at the last phase, we had a 2-month period of the most PvE Care Bear friendly environment that people could have wanted. And guess what? Nobody played it because it sucked ass. It was not fun. There was nothing to challenge over. It was literally just chopping rocks, chopping trees, and engaging in the economy. The only cool part about this last phase is the economy was legitimately pretty cool. Like it was a huge step forward. That was the only thing that was good about this last phase, because everything else just kind of got phased out. And when it got boring, everybody else stopped playing. And so I get annoyed with PvEers saying like, "Hey, let's make the game more boring and less fun." Like, it just annoying. We need people like you making videos on these PvP subjects, right? Entire preface is mine stuff to make weapons to fight people, to die, or to repeat. Exactly. Like that. A PVX loop, when done correctly, and I want to be clear that I'm anti-griefing. Like, there's a difference between PvP and there's a difference between griefing. I'm not one of those people that like to be like a level 25 and go bully level 10s. You know, like I want to fight players that have similar levels, similar gear. Like, I want to compare my skill versus theirs, or my guild skill versus theirs. That's what I want. I want competition. I don't want to bully lobies. And so my personal perspective is I don't like griefing, but I like competition. And that competition can be very fun. It was not fun because the economy systems were shit. They were a lot better last phase. A lot better.
Mechanism of open world risk, right? The flagging system is a core risk introduction, right? At any given time, you see, a dude or a dudette walking next to you, you got the pack on your back, and you're looking at each other and you're like, is that a friend or a foe? In any other game without that, open world flagging system, you don't ever have to wonder that. It's like, oh, I don't give a shit about you. You might as well just be an NPC, right? Because you can't interact with me. What we want the flagging system to do is introduce risk. We want it to be able to make sure that even though it's unlikely for someone to murder you when you leave your house every day, someone could murder you. That sucks. But it is a reality of life. It's an element of unpredictability, which makes you consider actions and strategies and plans that you may not normally consider. And as a result of that, the corruption system has a place. Now, with that being said, as you said, in a game that I played, again referencing Lineage 2, that had a similar system, although I considered it to have more drawbacks. That type of interaction for a non-faction based open world is necessary. It's a necessary component for a PvX game. And you really never saw anybody go corrupt. You really didn't. It was very rare. And it was usually coinciding with either a super heightened level of emotion, like that person just hated your fucking guts or hated your guild's guts, or you did something wrong to them, or it was opportunistic, right? Where it's like, you have a thing that I want and you didn't take the necessary strategy to protect yourself. I'm going to take advantage of this situation. That's when it occurred, which was rare. How are we going to address corruption in its current state? Well, a few things need to happen for that feature in order for it to be fully fledged. First and foremost, there's a complimentary bounty hunter system, which is not introduced in the game yet. The bounty hunter system is the pull to the corruption's push, right? And that system is missing an entire half of it, which is meaning that, like, if somebody goes corrupt, they're red. And there are bounty hunters in the world who now should be notified of that person's location, where they are. They're going to pursue them. They'll be incentivized through quest rewards in order to do so. And there's a cat and mouse interaction between the corrupt player and the bounty hunter themselves, that allows for the corrupt player not to accrue additional
All right, Pockets. You take care, man. Have a good one.
They engage in combat with that bounty hunter. Whereas if you're not a bounty hunter, you give additional
Will
corruption
do, man.
for being
Thank you.
murdered by that.
You have a good night.
So it's like a never-ending, slippery slope that eventually takes you into irrelevance or loss of significant amount of gear, which just becomes untenable as a decision point for the player unless they're really quitting the game. So that's one element of change that needs to be introduced. Additionally, we're aware of the bypass that is incorporated in corruption when you have a friend next to you and they can just murder you and grab anything that drops and make sure to give it back. We'll do some tuning around that. We'll think about, can gear be destroyed? Does corruption now have a minimum timer? When you die, should your corpse spawn at your resurrection point, which is random and not in an ember spring, and somewhere out in the world? There's ways that we can address that we just haven't spent the time yet to really design around and adjust. Now, once we are getting into probably not the next milestone, but the milestone thereafter, with corruption adjustments, we're going to be drilling in on the feedback. We're going to be drilling in on, commentary from the community. How does this satisfy certain intended systems? How are we bringing on the bounty hunter system to accompany it, and when?
Does anybody want to hear me yap about the corruption system, or should we just accept what they're talking about and move on? Because I like the idea of the corruption system, and I think obviously it's harsh right now for a reason. Everything that he explained, but I think the problem is we don't know what the system is going to look like when it's live, because it's so off kilter right now that it just feels bad. I mean, a lot of it's messed up. Like, we had as an example, in phase 2, we knew where a braidwood tree was, and another guild knew where it was too. They got it first, and we got it like the next 2 times. Next time that it showed up, we had like 10 people from our guild show up, 10 people from their guild show up, and we're contesting this braidwood. Like, if it's a legendary braidwood, each braidwood tree goes for 20 gold, and you're getting 5 legendary braidwood off this tree. It's 100 gold if we get the braidwood tree, right? So we're trying to force this other group off this tree so we can get it. So we flag up. We kill a few people on their side. They try to attack us. We wipe half of them. And then we're trying to pepper the other people to get them off the tree. Not kill them, but get them off the tree, right? Well, the people that are flagged up, they come back, and I'm in the middle of fighting them. And one of the non-combatants that existed dropped his low health horse in the middle of the fight. And I was flagged up, and I popped an AoE, and I killed the horse. And I went corrupt because of the horse. And it was really fucking lame because I didn't see it drop when I dropped my AoE, or maybe he dropped it afterwards, but I was like focused on attacking the other people, and I hit this AFK, like this non-flagged up horse, and I got corrupted. And I dropped 2 pieces of gear, and the guy picked it up, and he sold it in area chat right next to me. He literally sold my gear in area chat right next to me. I was a little annoyed because literally I got corruption baited, and then I had my gear yoinked off of it and then sold. It made me very salty, is all I'm going to say. With that being said, the corruption system is obviously very harsh, and it makes sense why it's harsh, because you want people to engage in the systems without getting bullied nonstop. Like, griefing is a huge problem when people know that there's going to be wipes that are going to happen. They're more inclined to just bully people for the sake of bullying people. And so having a system in place to prevent that makes a lot of sense. But there is a scenario where each choice becomes an option based off of what you have, right? Like, I thought for the longest time I will never just go corrupted because there's no point in it. I'm going to lose gear. And then we got to a point to where Braidwood was going for 20 gold a piece, and one legendary Braidwood would drop, 100 plus gold off of getting. And I sat there and I was like, I would absolutely risk one or two pieces for a shot at 100 gold tree. I would absolutely. And it comes down to how much gold are you going to get versus how much are you going to lose in gear. And that's all it comes down. That's what the ROI is. Like, hey, is it worth it? So if you think about it, if you know that there's this really good loop in the anvils or in the Jundark, whatever, and you know that there's a guy that's been out there for like 6 hours farming materials in that loop, isn't it tempting to risk corruption at that point, knowing that they may be sitting on 100 plus gold? Of course it is. Like, why wouldn't you? And so you have to look at it from that perspective as an attacker. Like, man, I might be able to get away with this. There's so many people around here. There's nobody around here. So if I kill this person, I can get away with all of this stuff. And then you look at it from the other person's perspective, right? The other person that is getting attacked. So if I'm the one sitting on 100 gold worth of mats, my choices are to flag up and fight back or not. And the choices are eventually, if I flag up, I don't lose as many mats as if I don't. And so if somebody's fighting me and I'm sitting on 100 gold worth of mats, if I flag up and I only lose 25, that's way better. And I can win. That's better than not flagging up and losing 50 or 60, right? And so it becomes a decision for the defender to go, wow, I'm sitting on a shit ton of mats. I don't want to lose a ton. I could win this fight. I should flag up and fight back. And so your choices then become an option based on what you're carrying. If I'm sitting on 0 mats and somebody flags up and they're trying to kill me, I'm just going to let them kill me, right? Because they're not going to get anything of value from me. They can just kill me. I deposited my stuff. I get to come back and I could potentially take their gear. And so it becomes a choice as a defender here based off of what you have and what you're carrying. And that is fun gameplay, in my opinion, when it's going to be working properly, because now you get to choose like, okay, even if I think they're a better PvPer than me, I should be flagging up and fighting them because I'm going to lose less materials, because the incentivization that is there to lose less materials. And if the corruption is high, well, it just depends on how much the person's carrying. Like, and that's what the risk versus reward there is. And so we just don't see it a ton because people aren't willing to take that risk. But there's been a few times specifically where I've seen people running specific farming loops where I've strongly considered pulling the trigger because of, even with the current system, like they're probably sitting on enough to make it worth it. It's not the loot, it's the death price. The XP debt, it's a big deal at lower levels. Once you get to level 25, XP debt is like next to nothing. I mean, I've been sitting on 300-400k XP debt, and you can work it off in like 20 minutes. But at lower levels, it's a bitch. It really is. It's annoying. I like to get to 25. That way I can just work it off more quickly. But yeah, that part depends on the level.
These things will go into how we address it. Right now, I want to leave corruption overtuned. And the reason why is because it doesn't have the complementary systems that it's intending to have, and it shouldn't be a viable play path.
Never got above 10.
There's a lot of now lawless
XP
territory
debt below
and
10
reasons
is brutal.
to be in those lawless territories, which absolve the need for corruption amongst the PvP-focused communities, right? You have rare resources that can be located within these corrupted zones around the harbingers that are incentivizing player interaction in order to acquire these wild card resources that are very valuable. You have fishing, deep sea fishing, which is literally a gold faucet within the economy that is acquired out in the open seas, that is, open flagging. So those types of systems, I think, are going to further reduce the lifting that corruption does for the more PvP centric communities to a degree. And I think we'll tide those over until we get to it in the second milestone of next year.
So just to follow up on that.
Yep.
Have you considered maybe not having item drop be the penalty? Because right now, I think a lot of people have a problem with the corruption system in that there's perverse incentives.
Correct.
And the system is intended to protect like the lesser experienced newer players, but in reality, they're the biggest victims.
Correct.
Because there are endless clips of people's dropping their like legendary long sight bows because they fell victim to a corruption baiting bug or whatever. And generally, the hardcore guilds are going to find out about that kind of stuff more quickly. So have you ever thought? Okay.
Yeah. No. Please, I'm sorry. Finish your question.
So rather than having item drops where you have this perverse incentive where you have like players just trying to screw each other over in all these little devious ways, why not lean into like more experience debt and crazy stat damp? Like make it suck, right? Like I understand it's got to be brutal, but like the item drop is a little problematic because now you've got this mini game of everybody just like
trying to get legendaries.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Well, no, I don't know that I would agree with that. I think that the item drop is so when we're talking about the phase in which players really are going to be using the corruption system, it's more likely going to be near the end game of their player progression, where the biggest wheel that they're traversing, right, is the itemization wheel. And what that means is the biggest risk that they have on their character is not necessarily experience debt. If you're at end game, I'll go grind that shit off. Now, that's not to say they shouldn't have experience debt. That also accompanies it. But if we're talking about what is really a decision point for me to go corrupt, that I could lose my gear, my most highly sought after thing, and it's random. I don't know if it's going to be my weapon. I don't know if it's going to be my shoes. I don't know if it's going to be an earring, right? There is an RNG element to the risk. So when I roll the dice, I'm really rolling the dice. And that penalty should be severe because what you're doing is you're taking away.
I feel like Steven, and they'll probably explain it here, but I feel like Steven is talking about end game scenarios for when the game goes live. And Zyback is talking more about problems right now. I think this is the issue that is happening in this conversation, because right now, in my opinion, Zyback is right. Where the current system, the people that know the exploits are going to abuse the exploits in order to get gear. There was an exploit that existed a few patches ago to where like a low level 10 tank would put protect on somebody, and while that other person was attacking, if that low level 10 tank put protect on them, and that other person got attacked, the low level 10 tank would die really quickly because they had a low health bar. So then the person would go corrupt, even though they didn't realize that a level 10 tank or a level 5 tank was protecting them. And so it was just really dumb. Like you had two people consenting PvPers, but the system allowed somebody not participating to take damage and die in a way that the other person didn't know about. And so people were able to get legendary gear off of it. And those exploits happen quite a bit because it is an alpha, and bugs are going to happen and people are going to find them. And the most knowledgeable players that know about these things abuse them more often than new players. And so Zyback is right in that the current corruption system is extremely penalizing for players that don't know better. And it makes you not want to engage in the system at all, because like I don't want to flag up because I don't want to go corrupted due to some fucking nonsense. Like I want to flag up and I want to fight this person, but what if he knows some bullshit that's going to get me corrupted and lose my gear? I'm just not going to risk it. And it ruins the entire system currently due to the bugs that exist. And so I get where he's coming from and wanting to adjust the current system. At the same time, I think Steven is talking about like end game when the game goes live. And that he's absolutely right. Like XP debt as you get higher in levels is a lot easier to work off than it is to get gear. And so losing gear is a lot more important. Stat dampening is a good idea for right now, but I would agree that stat dampening isn't something when it goes live. And I think that's where the disparity in this discussion is happening.
The opt-in PvP choice of the opponent, and you're murdering them, and you're giving them that experience debt, and they're losing their material in their inventory. So really, I want the risk to be extreme, and the most extreme is itemization. So I don't think we should take that away. But I do think that when you're talking about things like
Steven
bugs,
seems to be speaking more from a point of griefers not being baited to bugs. Yeah, that too. I agree with that.
Baiting those things need to be identified. They need to be identified clearly with repro
Should look
steps.
at the lack of interest in
internal
engaging
QA
PvP
is
because of this
constantly
nonsense.
focusing on
It
those
has
things,
happened.
and that
100%.
shouldn't wait until the next milestone. Those are high ticket bugs that we need to address on a severity 0 or severity 1 basis, which means that it gets moved up to the top of the sprint. And as we continue to have those issues, the PC team, the player character team, or player combat team, is always focused on trying to identify those corruption baiting issues, or those corruption bugs, because it is the most detrimental to player progression, which are the bugs we care about the most.
Okay.
Just as a quick insert, one of those bugs is dropping out of an event and turning into, without like any timeout system before dropping the event, which will allow dots to let the character burn, and they'll go corrupt when they drop the event. So that is one of those bugs. So hopefully that can
Where's
fix this,
Adam?
but I-
Where's Adam? My
Oh
action.
my goodness.
So
Adam,
and
Adam,
then-
that's an action item. I'm sure we have the bug logged,
Oh my
but we need to see
goodness.
its priority and when it's getting addressed.
right.
yeah,
And then-
oh, go ahead.
Sorry. And then I guess I was just thinking you touched
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hello. What's up, guys? Vertec, how's it going? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, guys. Appreciate it. Hello, friend. What's going on? It has been a while. Thank you for coming in, guys. We are just watching some. Hey, buddy. Hold on a second. Sorry, I got my cat yapping at me too. Have you been good, sir? I've been good. We're watching the Q&A from yesterday, just kind of chatting a little bit, and yeah, just kind of talking about all the things. Big day tomorrow, yes, sir, or madam. Yes, I'm very excited about tomorrow. I'm holding. Steven knows the question, but sidestepping until a solution can be had. I think that's possible. Yeah. That's possible. It just seems like there's normally, like, Steven's very good at answering the question unless it's like something that he can't disclose yet. And I would assume this isn't something that he wouldn't disclose. You know what server you're going to? Not yet. So we had a guild meeting tonight and we discussed what the server choices were, pros and cons of both, and open it up for a vote, pure democracy, and we will know tomorrow morning where we're going. So that's kind of the route we went. There's obviously pros and cons to both or all three servers, so we're just kind of trying to see like what everybody's thinking. TGF raid, yes, TGF is great, guys. You guys should go check them out. They are awesome. Same with us too. Yeah, that's fair. I think that makes complete sense. Hey, buddy, you want to come chat? Come here. But yeah, right now we are watching the Q&A, and they are talking about the griefing corruption part of the Q&A. Get to Vladis's chain gun question yet? Not yet. We're only 40 minutes in.
touched on it a bit, where some of the penalties with corruption doesn't really matter at level 50 or your max level or whatever. So potentially having corruption not have like stat dampening, but like actual XP loss could be a thing, or just having a justice system in general. Like Tibia had a justice system, like who's hostile, who's playing, who's defensive, and that can create just a more civil interaction for anti-griefing, I think, in my opinion.
Well, the justice system is intending to be occupied in the design space you're talking about there by the bounty hunter system.
Mhm.
So that is intending to fulfill that role from a design space perspective. As it relates to those bugs that we're talking about, yeah, after this, if you guys have a list of what bugs are still outstanding, I'll follow up with the QA team and make sure that they're, and being included in our fast follow patch that's scheduled for the 18th.
So obviously long term, right? Item loss. I think everybody can get on board long term, but not to beat the dead horse, but
the victims. There's a lot of dead horses.
Yes. The victims of this are not like the hardcore corruption ganker evil players. Like I've just seen so many video clips of just random noobs getting owned by this. So,
but you're talking about bugs, right?
Yes, but it's one of those things where it's like I feel like you're almost temporarily making it really difficult on yourself because the golden cohort of like people.
You have a good night, Vertec. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. You have a great stream and fantastic night. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much. Tell Chibi I say hi. And yeah, we'll talk to you guys later. The SFED interview earlier today is worth a watch when you find the time. Yeah, I'll check that one out too. Felt Zybek's pain. He was you could tell he was just like, hey, I'm talking specifically about right now. I'm talking specifically about right now. Will do? Okay, great. He's like, I'm talking about the phases right now, not about end game stuff. I just want to be clear. Like this is the difference.
That can swallow that, because I've seen like 5 people quit the game because like they accidentally one-shot somebody's mount in Winstead and the guards instantly kill them and they lose all their gear.
And that's why it should be a Sub-0, Sub-1 bug, because it is literally that level of a friction point. But what I'm going to say is I don't think we should be designing features around bugs. I think we should be designing features around their intended design, and the bugs that we see that hurt that loop need to be addressed quickly, especially for loops that are as progression dependent as this one with corruption. And then once we have the system in a place where it is not being infringed upon by those bugs that we're talking about, right? Then we can talk about iteration. Then we can talk about, okay, cool. How is this operating now that we don't have these bugs to deal with? Are people seeing the intended consequence of this system? If not, let's amend it. I don't have a golden calf in this design, just to be clear. And what I mean by that is, there's not something I'm looking to protect out of corruption, in its particular format. If we get those issues addressed and the design is insufficient as it relates to what we're observing on the development side and the feedback that we're receiving from our player population, our testing population, then we're going to iterate on the design. Like that is 100% going to be the case always. That's the whole purpose of our open development. We take these hits of, scam game, not ready, too early, whatever, all of that, all the shit and baggage that comes along with being in open development this long right now is we take that so we can iterate and change the designs, and we don't show up on day one of launch with a game that nobody asked for.
Thank you for the follow,
guys. So I'm never going to tell you that we're not going to change a system. I'm just going to tell you, let's inspect when the system is operating as intended.
Cool. And then just while I've got you on the line, just one simple suggestion. When the PvP flag drops, when you go from purple to not,
I love
being PvP
so
flagged, one of the big things that happens right now, especially now that you have the summoner in the game that's got a 25-second dot, consider having that when that purple drops, put a debuff on the player where that if that person dies to that dot damage, it doesn't give corruption to the person. Because that's what happens a lot, is that somebody's flag will drop off and they'll have a bunch of dots on them, and then the person that had the dots on them gets corrupted because the guy just, and it becomes this like weird calculated thing where it's like, oh, I get low, and then my flag's getting ready to drop, and then they can, does that make sense?
Maybe I'm crazy, but in my humble opinion, I feel like if you have dots on you from somebody else while you are flagged up, the dots should be gone before you can drop the flag. I think that would be the best way to approach it. And I very well could be missing a downside here, but if you opt in to flag to fight somebody and they fight back and you unflag and you're still taking damage, like dot damage, it should take a little bit longer before it disappears, so that it just doesn't kill you in that way. And so I don't know what kind of rule set needs to exist at that point in time, but it is kind of silly that like it just kind of flashes 3 times and it disappears. There's been so many times where like we've had somebody almost dead and they start flashing. It's like, oh, whoa, stop. It feels like a design oversight should definitely cleanse. Yeah, a cleanse would be fine. Like if you're gonna unflag, the dot should cleanse. But yeah, either direction is fine. As far as what Steven's talking about here, where like they don't want to do like patchwork fixes and they just want to fix like the design choice, I think that's fine. Like if you're trying to optimize, like instead of doing patchwork stuff and then going back and reversing it, I get it. But yeah, like the corruption stuff needs to be addressed more quickly then. If dot damage is ticking, both players should remain flagged. Yeah, like that's either both players remain flagged, or if it unflags, you cleanse the dots. Either one. But the only issue with dots being cleansed is, can you do that while fighting bosses like, Firebrand or something like that? Is that a way to purge negative effects from you so you're not automatically dying? Would that be an issue? No one. Hope you're doing well, bud. I'm doing good, man. Doing good. We're just watching some Q&A. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it does make sense. I would want to chat with the designers around how to approach that particular issue. Obviously there are things that we can do, such as deprecating the dot once the flagging goes away.
Even if they just,
That's funny.
Yeah,
or there are things that, but I don't know if that is the right choice, because first of all, I would say from a design standard perspective, I'm not sure that we will likely keep 25-second long dots. That's probably too long. I know that there's some synergy and interaction with the clerics, cleanse, and that's why it's relevant. The longer the dots that you have, the more relevant that class type becomes in group design, and
sure.
All those types of things are present. But a 25-second dot is maybe
yeah.
It's not just
even,
that dot,
even the smaller dots.
It's even smaller dots.
I'm sure somebody in the chat will have.
Yeah, but if it's a smaller dot, then the decision point becomes on the dot user. If you're aware that using a dot can potentially kill a person and they are close to that deflagging mark, you're making a calculated risk.
So the only thing I'll say with this, I don't necessarily disagree. All I will say is, if this is going to be the choice, the flagging, the blink that you have from going purple to green needs to be a lot more pronounced. You need to be able to identify it, because even like a 10-second dot or a 5-second dot, like that blink happens so quickly that it just needs to be more out there so people make the choice a little bit better. And so I don't necessarily disagree with the take. I think the UI needs to be stronger then. If that's the route that you want to go, like dots are shorter, like you're making a conscious decision, fine. That's more than fine, but like make it more pronounced so that people aren't casting way late.
Is it okay for that player to make a bad choice? Should we allow players to make bad choices? I mean, that's a fundamental game design question, right? When we're talking about the extremes of itemization, specialization, can I make a glass cannon hero even though I'm going to get one shot every time I enter the battlefield?
Reflect on last few weeks over how Intrepid has come up from nothing. Steven on stream just
always make sure they're never one shot.
He's just inspired, man. He loves his shit.
Generally, we're erring on the side of higher customization options, and you can make bad builds, and there is a skill disparity between not just your ability to actually play the class, but your ability to design the class through your itemization choices. So I would say that there is some game philosophy around the choice of whether or not dots should allow corruption, as a result, or otherwise.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I think that's fine. I just think the flagging then needs to be a little bit more pronounced. That'd be my opinion. Like, it just make it a little bit stronger, a little bit easier to see. I haven't played yet, been waiting for phase 3. So right now you drop flag for a duel and you can remove that flag even while in combat. Yes. In a lot of situations you can unflag, and it doesn't happen immediately. I forget what the timer is, but when you unflag, you have X amount of time before it goes away. And I want to say in the last 3 seconds, your name tag blinks, showing that it's going to go from purple back to green. And so I want to say it's 3 seconds. And so you get the quick flashes and then it disappears. And the issue, in my opinion, is when you're fighting a bunch of people, let's say like you have 2 different groups at a POI kind of flagged up. If one person unflags, it's tough to see sometimes among a large group of players. And that becomes the problematic part. And some people will use this and exploit this situation in order to corruption bait. And so I'm not saying that like people shouldn't go corrupted or anything like that. It's just annoying to deal with. it's annoying to deal with where all of a sudden like the blink happens and now they're green and you're like, oh, I didn't notice that. It's a little bit annoying to see that. And so the blinking timer, it either needs to be more pronounced or it needs to last a little bit longer, in my opinion. And I think we would all like to last a little bit longer. I will not be commenting any further on that.
That's it. That's all I had.
Sorry. Okay, go on. We're
Nice
moving
is
on.
up next.
That was a terrible joke.
All right. Ashes of Creation is said to be a PvX game with risk versus reward and conflict over scarce resources. As of now, the game is currently just a test of out DPSing on a mob or getting that first damage tag on something. Would you consider making world bosses and perhaps some named mobs automatically flag someone as a combatant for PvP to encourage natural open world competition?
Yeah, I think we would consider that.
Two things. We might not get through all this tonight. We'll see. I think taking damage to refresh the timer. I agree. I think if you flagged up and you're taking damage, I think you should continue to take damage. And I say that as somebody that flags up quite a bit. I think that makes sense. That definitely is different than players walking up together and murdering them. Yes. And it's just the UI thing. And so I don't necessarily disagree with Steven. I just think the UI needs to be a little bit stronger. Would you consider making world bosses and perhaps some name mobs automatically flag someone as a combatant for PvP to encourage natural open world competition? Oh. Okay. I'm going to guess Steven's answer. Okay. Because this is a good question. I don't think this is a bad question by any means. What I will say is, considering what Steven just said about the previous thing that Zybeck said, they don't want to make patchwork fixes. I'm going to assume Steven's going to say that this would be like a patchwork style fix that would be solved by a more lenient corruption system. And so flagging would happen more naturally when the game goes live. And it's a pain point right now. So that's what I'm going to guess he's going to say, because essentially he's like, we don't want to do patchwork stuff. And so this would be a patchwork fix that Nice is proposing, which isn't a bad idea. It's just like, I don't think they're going to go with it.
We've talked about that for a little while, actually.
Oh, really?
There's a few ways that you can facilitate the PvP around a particular NPC. You can either make the arena mini lawless area where even entering that space flags you, because what happens when you have...
Sorry, I should be clear. I think that I completely agree. If you flag up and then you try to unflag and you're still taking damage, that timer should reset because you chose to flag. You should take the consequences of flagging until either they stop fighting or you stop fighting. Or like one of you die, whatever, like you get out, whatever. Like I think that choice needs to happen, that the timer needs to reset. But I completely agree with you.
This particular design that you've advocated for, where hitting the boss is what flags you, then you give an extreme advantage to the reacting team. Meaning the team that's not yet flagged, but you are trying to take the boss on, they can fully set up around you without any potential for you to respond other than corruption, right? And they can prepare their alpha strike on you when the moment is worst. When you have the boss in its regen phase or, whatever. So I'm usually more inclined to consider volumes, right, as defining spaces for lawlessness than I would be on hit, just for that type of interaction. But the volumes, absolutely.
I like that. Yeah, good answer. No follow-ups. I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay. No follow-ups. Feels weird coming from Nice. He's talking about risk versus reward decision making and not putting a dot on someone because their flag might fall off. How about the risk in decision making of that person flagging up in the first place? I completely agree. That's exactly what I'm saying. He flagged, finished the fight. Yeah, I completely agree. No disagreement for me at all. With respect to this, I do agree that Steven's right, that the second party would just come in and sideswipe, and that shit would be really annoying. Like that would not be enjoyable at all. And so the auto flag on tagging would be annoying to deal with. I just think this situation is solved with a more balanced corruption system. Yeah, we'll just move on.
Yeah. Can you expand on Intrepid's intentions on settlement currency and commissions to create a better gameplay loop, as there isn't a whole lot of incentive for players to do them at this moment, especially for post-level progression? Do you think creating a player curated commission board for artisanship and other quests where players post jobs and bounties themselves to pay settlement currency or gold would be a more dynamic and immersive than the current system? For example, using buy orders for artisanship,
That's a good
bounties,
question.
attack and defend quests, fetch quests, etc.
Yeah, I think that that's actually some discussion that we've had on the system side for that potential.
Based on
I'm
distance,
not
I
sure
like
that it
that
would
idea.
be
I'm okay with that idea.
through directly players, right? Just any player can come in and do it. I think that what we want to do is reserve that space for organizations within the node. That's social organizations that we've talked about, or that's patron guilds that might have a guild hall within the space, or that's the religion within the node, the temple that's been identified there. Those types of institutions within the node that also have player ranking, player ladder systems associated with them are where we would likely
This is a very
vest
good
the
question.
power to incorporate more player-centric buy orders and commissions as potentials, and that's part of the existing design. In addition to that, I would say that there are correlating systems that are predicated on successful adoption and completion of the player base. So when a commission comes up or when a buy order is there, right now those systems are not fully in place. Those things include things like the node-to-node trading system. Acquiring certain resources, you may have to have 100 players complete X commission, right? Or finish this buy order in order to generate the necessary trade goods that nodes would use between each other to facilitate relationship building and alliance building or war efforts, right? There are ancillary systems that are not fully in place yet in the vision of how these types of settlement currencies and commissions or buy order quests are in place, but those are the vehicles for fueling those types of systems.
Okay. This is a really good question by Lloyd, because the talk of incentivization for node members has been pronounced, and for good reason. Like node currency. Okay, I'm gonna back up like ever so slightly. Why you would do anything in any game ever is you should be incentivized to do so, and the incentives for participating in a node and getting node currency is not currently good enough. Like you get capes, sure, like your node currency can get you a cape, but the capes typically, like there's a few capes that are strong, but there's just not enough to purchase with node currency to make you want to continue to do buy orders in node stuff and player commissions. And so it becomes a situation to where it's like, okay, you're a part of a node. Housing doesn't exist. Like this is an alpha 2 problem, right? Like everything I'm going to say right now is an alpha 2 problem. It's not a long-term game problem. There's no high-end housing. Crafters make the best shit. So stuff that you would buy from a trader aren't going to, with node currency, shouldn't be as strong as what crafters do. And so the incentivization there to go out and chop down 50 trees or mine 50 rocks, like it's just not strong enough. And it's gotten a little bit stronger compared to phase 1, but it's got to be better. It definitely has to be better. And so I do like the idea of other patrons, the religious leaders or whatever, being able to do other things within the node. But at its core function, the value of the commission comes from being able to purchase things. So what can you get with player commissions within a node that are only specific and valuable to that node that make you want to do it? The first thing that comes to my mind is housing. Like the biggest houses, the best mansions, whatever, like that should be at the top of the list eventually. The other things that come to mind are crafting materials for specific gear. Like if you need a specific bone to make a chess piece that's valuable, like that could be worth doing commissions over, just as an option. Gear, it shouldn't be gear. It should be parts for gear, right? In my opinion. I think that'd be the way that I would go about doing it. Excuse me. It's Dismay. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And so I do like the idea of commissions. I do think commissions have gotten better, but they do need to be buffed. They need to be quite a bit stronger so that people have an incentive to participate in their node and work towards their node. And right now, yeah, it is lacking.
And I believe that will place a greater emphasis on player adoption.
Thank you.
So I guess I'll go next. So many
Let her rip,
MMOs
Vladis.
live or die by their end game, and with Intrepid pushing towards beta, of course, of late 2026, like what major end game systems, such as like massive world PvP events, castle wars, end game story arcs, instance dungeons, or even anything new that would be fully implemented, balanced, and ready for mass testing at beta?
What major endgame systems are going to be ready for testing by beta?
Yes.
All of them.
Wow.
In order for us to enter beta, all of those systems must be complete and testable. So by definition, that's what I would consider the word beta to mean. Now,
Wow.
if we're thinking about the things that I am most excited for,
Wow. Okay.
obviously we've done a lot of work on node sieges. There's still a lot of work left to do for node sieges, but the destruction phase of node sieges is probably going to be the one that I'm most interested in seeing.
Same.
And it's not for probably the reasons you would think. It's not because I think that particular system is going to be a lot of fun. I do think it will be, but
it's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm not interested because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm interested because I think it's going to be the greatest friction point we have with players. And I am going to be really keen on inspecting how players react to that friction point, how we onboard players to the expectation that their settlement is not a forever thing. Because right now their expectation is, cool, I need to choose where I'm going to lay my roots down, and that's going to be my tree forever, for back of a letter terminology, given that we have trees in the center of our settlements.
Mm-hmm.
But really the concept's going to be, where do I want to invest? Because I could lose that investment, right? And when I lose that investment, what's going to be my reaction? My resources that I might lose, my house that I might lose and invest in, my position
We'll talk here in a minute.
Within the citizenship taxation. Like those types of things are scary when I think about them because they're kind of hardcore. It's a hardcore concept. But I'm sorry to go on and on about a part of the question that you didn't necessarily ask, but the answer to the question was easy. The beta is we're going to have everything in it. Yeah, go ahead.
The broader philosophy is like so many MMOs come out with this like grand design, and with combat, I feel like you guys nailed it. Like this alpha combat wise, like everybody that's been, even they may not like how fleshed out the game is yet, combat's always a huge staple for it's very positive. But content is what literally the first 30 days goes from 1 million players down to 0.
Totally.
And so I would rather you guys actually delay content off of the initial plan so that we can have more fleshed out content instead of just one system to do at endgame kind of thing.
I will say, okay, there's a lot to discuss here. There's a lot. So I'm gonna pull back just a little bit because High Knot said option to craft crafting stations for our houses, not required tax to craft. That's an interesting idea. It's definitely an interesting idea. Maybe not like Grandmaster stations or something, but something at a lower level, depending on like what your node commissions are. Or maybe you can get if you have that Grandmaster station in your node, you can purchase a smaller one that's tax-free within your house. I like that idea to where you can kind of pillage some taxes potentially off of the node. Well, maybe that's a bad idea. But maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I talked myself into something terrible, but I like the idea where your head's at there, where like you're providing value to people that are working in that node. And that node could be a variety of things. It could be a warring node, it could be a crafting node, it could be a religious node. And having that type of value is what is going to incentivize players to participate in it. And I think those choices are important. I was the reason I thought that the beta question was interesting is because I said earlier that like maybe it's a specialized beta, but apparently it's not. Like they're going to get it to a certain polish, and they're going to get it to the beta to get more focused content on it. And so that's an interesting perspective that I guess I wasn't expecting here. The other thing here is he's talking about node destruction, and node destruction is so contesting. And the interesting part about it is, look, guys, I'm just gonna yap from my perspective. I'm not trying to make any definitive stance here. This is just stuff that I have seen. I'm in Discord. I'm on YouTube. I talk to lots of people all the time about Ashes of Creation. And I see it all the time where there are players that really want to remove the PvP risk aspect from the game. They really want to remove it because they just don't like it. They don't like to have PvP inflicted upon them. And it's just, you see this discussion and it's like, man, I really hope Steven doesn't go back on this, because the reason his Kickstarter had such success, the reason so many people have followed for so long, is they like the idea of what the game currently is. Not everybody, of course. Like obviously, like everybody has their own favorite part, and some parts they deal with, and some of it is some people aren't as PvP focused. They love the other stuff so much they're willing to deal with it. And that's why this other stuff needs to be good. That's why commissions need to be good. That's why crafting and economy needs to be good, because it has to be so good that you're okay with dealing with the other stuff. And when you hear Steven talking about node destruction, I look back at other games, and I look back at like what happened with New World, where they switched from like this really like hardcore survival style MMO to a toggle. And I was like, man, like that was kind of the beginning of the end for them. And I don't mean it in a bad, way, but because they switched their entire core philosophy, they didn't have content to back up that philosophy. And I don't want to see Intrepid and Ashes of Creation do the same thing. Like they should go hardcore, and they should make the perfect version of the game that they want to make. That's what I would like to see. But everybody in some way is incentivized by money. And if they believe that they could make more money making a game in a different way, it could be tempting, right? Like that's what other games have done. Obviously the temptation was there. Why would Ashes of Creation not be any different, right? Like it makes sense when you think about it. So when I see people bring this up, I'm like, man, I really hope Intrepid doesn't do this. I really like their idea. And then Steven just comes out and is like, oh, by the way, I'm really excited to see people lose their homes and lose their house and lose their node. It just kind of reconfirms like he's just all in on this overall idea. He loves the idea of a crafting and economy. He loves the idea of crafters making the best shit and providing value here. But he also likes the idea of it potentially not being permanent. And that permanence relies on the players and what they do. And I think that's the best part. It's the player agency in defending what they're trying to do. That's what it gives me hope that the game is actually going to complete in the way that they hope it is. He addressed that in Esfon's thing tonight, actually. Did he? Okay, good. Because every once in a while, like I think he's gonna stand his ground here, but you see the drumbeat from a lot of people. Like I saw Asmongold make comments yesterday, and it's just like, okay, well maybe he changes his mind. Maybe he changes his mind, and then you see stuff like this. It's like, yeah, he's not changing his mind. Like he's set on this type of game.
So you'd rather we delay content? I'm sorry, expand on that.
I would rather you delay the second continent to focus on this continent and flesh this continent out with.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. So, first, it depends on the type of content we're talking about, right? Because not all verticals are assumed by the same team, right? We have a large team. We have over 250 developers now that are focused on the game. And that's not including our outsource and contractors that we currently have. If we were to include all those things, we're probably well over 320 or 330 people that are working on the project. With that being said, we have the ability to divide that up. And as we bring in outsource studios next year, and we incorporate them into our pipelines. And what a pipeline is how does a thing get made from concept to QA? How does a feature or piece of content make it into the game? Those pipelines need to be strong enough to support outside assistance, outside adoption, to come in and into
Steven's
our,
dying on
into
this
our
hill for sure.
development environment.
He should be.
So if we're talking about the second continent, like,
if you have an
yes,
idea,
I think
make the best
most people
version of
would
that
rather
idea.
have one continent
Don't change
filled
the core
with
philosophy.
great content
I
that had a
completely
lot
agree.
of time to bake and is, well made. And we agree with that 100%. But with that being said, there are ways that, again, we can leverage those outsourced studios to ensure that we're developing great content for both continents, because much of our content pipelines are built with systems that make it very repeatable. And we're building an MMO. We're not building a single player game. Not everything is bespoke that we move through in the world. A lot of the
Bespoke.
I forgot about that. There's a thing
The
about
bell.
bespoke.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff
Take
we
your drink,
reuse.
fellas.
We have to. In order for us to build an MMORPG, we must reuse. Any MMO that's been built has been built off of that philosophy. So the effort to stand up the second continent is not going to be as great as the effort to stand up the first. That's just a fact. But with that being said, again, we're not talking about removing the second continent. We're talking about whether or not the second continent gets moved to a post launch. And then it's a big expansion moment. It's like, oh my God, an entire second realm, is being released. Like that is actually an appealing factor of moving the second continent to post launch.
Go ahead, Zyback.
All right. So just to let the Twitch chat know, I appreciate the bravery of Steven. We were not told we had to ask certain questions or get these questions approved. So I'm asking this question on behalf of the PvPers. This question is definitely a little nasty, but
oh boy. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna take a small break here. The no PvP rush is partially due to the difficulty of the game. If everything was easy to get, their view would change, but PvP is necessary for Ashes. Yeah, it's part. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways to make a game. There's all sorts of ways to make a good playable game that is fun and engaging. This game's fun and engaging aspect is that there are lots of things that are not permanent. And some people don't like that, and that's okay. But some of the best games ever do not have permanence on some things. And it makes you work, and they're difficult and they're challenging. And for a lot of players, what's the best way to put this? We all think we know what the best game, like what our favorite games are. We all think we know that what our favorite games are from which genre, whatever. But if we could go back in time before those games existed, could we point out that that was going to be our favorite game ever? Could we point that out? And it's tough to kind of explain this, but there's been so many times where I have an idea for games that I really enjoy, and something else comes out of left field in a genre that I don't normally enjoy that's so good and it's so well polished, it makes me reconsider why I didn't like that other genre more to begin with, if that makes sense. Because sometimes some games just supersede what our opinions are. Sometimes games come out and they're just better. They're just way better. And you're like, you know what? I don't normally like Hello Kitty's Island Adventure, but this one has fucking orange striped cats, and this is the shit. And I didn't believe that I was going to love this until this moment in time. This will not be that game. In my opinion, for me, yes, it is. This is exactly what I want. This game on the Wikipedia, the way it's drawn out is exactly what I want. That's why I've been following it for 5 years. This is a game that I'm passionate about. The combat could be substandard, but the idea of the politics and everything, the world building and everything, it's just too good. This is my shit. And if it's polished, it could be a lot more people's shit. That's all I'm trying to say.
Can I expand on that though, Zyback, just real quick? Because I don't think most people do know.
Yeah.
I don't vet any of these questions.
No.
They can ask me whatever they want to ask. If I don't feel comfortable, I'll say I'm not going to answer something. So yeah, and yes, it was crazy when I said that we should.
I appreciate
do a panel.
the bravery.
Yes, thank you. When I said that we should do this panel, I didn't even think until after we had scheduled it. I was like, boy, this is going to be a tough panel. We've got all walks of life in our interviewers, asking across the board. How am I going to? especially
so-
after a long day.
So obviously, I speak for the PvP lobby, so they've got some nasty questions. So Ashes of Creation is said to be a PvX game. However, the last few phases have included many changes that were very much anti-PvP, and many joke the
Correct.
game turned into a farming simulator. Many
Unbelievable.
MMORPG players
He's not
have
wrong.
severe trauma from PvP features being watered down, made irrelevant, or entirely removed over time. While this
Not wrong.
upcoming patch does seem to be PvP friendly on its surface, many are concerned that the PvP features will inevitably be watered down or trivialized over time. How much PvP in general, relative to what we've seen thus far in the game, do you expect moving forward? More, less, or about the same as we've seen in the past?
What's up, Bones?
So let me contain the rage that you cannot see above the surface from that question.
It's a nasty one.
I know.
Hey, it's a good
okay.
question.
It's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
He's
I don't
not
have any
wrong.
rage. Listen, the reality of it is that anybody who's heard me speak about the design philosophy
E-Man,
of
what's up,
Ashes understands that PvX is equal parts PvP and PvE. That is just that's the simple truth of the game's philosophical tenets. I've talked about this before. A designer can curate an experience up the wazoo, and it will never have the volatility that a human mind has between what is possible and what a state tree can derive. So at the end of the day, when we're talking about the types of risk you can experience, PvP risk is the most spontaneous, it's the most unpredictable, it's the most emotionally involved. All of those things are good in a PvX design. We want those things, right? At the same time, when you're talking about how do I build value? How do I build up the world? What is the importance in order to perform in PvP on the PvE player? There is a synergy and a symbiosis there between the population that...
Whoa. Hold up. Okay. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm sorry. E-Man, you're playing Ashes tomorrow? I did not know this. Cool. I did not know. That's awesome. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, dude. If you, like I said, like I've said before, if you have any questions, feel free to hit me up anytime, dude. I'm happy to help. Is he chosen? E-Man and I played New World for a couple of years together, and I've been meaning to go back to Discord to talk to you, but I just haven't been in the mood to play New World. That's why I haven't gone over there. So, but yeah, I drop into his streams every once in a while. Let's listen to the rest of Steven's question.
Likes to be sharks, and the population that is, for lack of a better term, a minnow. And you need to separate those play spaces to a degree. A lot of our designs are opt-in. A lot of the events that have PvP-centric, elements to it are you choosing to go to that area, you choosing to be a part of that event, you opting into this particular guild. Those are choices that you as a player, you get to make those choices. But as the backdrop against the entire world is that open world flagging system, which again is not predominant in how you might experience, corruption from people who are just going to murder you outright. That's very, very, very rare. So to some degree, there has to be, again, harmony between those two systems. Going forward, more or less or about the same. To answer that question, we are going to have equal parts PvP and PvE. And the statement, the preface, the context that you gave to this question, you say that to a PvP player, they're going to say, yeah, Zybek's right, this is true, that happened. You say it to a PvE player, they're going to say, that's bullshit, there's so much PvP in this game, it's unbelievable, right? Like, how do I know the decisions I'm making are right? Both the PvP players and the PvE players are bitching. If that's true, it's likely we found the sweet spot right in the middle. If everybody agrees with one another, then we probably have done something wrong. It's time to look around and say, have you ever played a game of Secret Hitler? It's like everybody voted in favor of this policy. Oh shit, there's a fascist in the group.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean you've achieved enlightenment? Both PvE and PvE, or PvP and PvE are hitting that PvX?
No, we want people to have something to complain about. That's how you know you've made a good deal.
Yeah, I guess the
Typical
concern.
gamers.
the concern that the PvPers have is that they've just sort of seen features that used to exist and the way things used to be,
Correct.
just sort of like brick by brick get taken away in a lot of contexts, and they have PTSD from the other MMOs like New World, which is literally like they changed the game after the alpha.
Look,
so
okay, so for people that don't know what Zyback's talking about here, skillful non-answer, yeah, I would agree with this. What Zyback's talking about is this last phase was extremely PvE friendly, like very much so. We've had wars. We had wars with rewards. The wars with rewards got abused, so the rewards got taken away. The wars were still abused, so they provided a cooldown system to where other people could decline wars. So now we've gotten to a point to where the war system has been watered down to a point to where you can spend 20 gold for a war, but if the other guild is just going to decline it, you then have to wait until like they're not going to decline it again. And so you're going to spend gold on the war deck, but they may not accept, they may not go through with it. And so it's a huge pain in the ass. And so that's just the war system, right? Now let's go to the caravan system. The caravan system was rendered obsolete due to the crate system. And so the caravan system was awesome for creating guild wars, because if you fought somebody over a very lucrative caravan, they're going to get pissed off. They're going to want to fight you back. And it was still an opt-in system. You could choose to go participate in PvP in a caravan, and you could choose to go get a high ROI, and people could choose to fight you for it. It was a really, really fun system in phase 2. But due to the introduction of the crate system, people no longer ran caravans because the ROI wasn't good enough relative to the crates. The crates didn't have the same risk versus reward. It was similar reward with very low risk. And so what happened was caravans became obsolete. And so then you had a situation to where guild wars and caravans, both PvP, PvX systems, were watered down this last phase, and they just weren't very fun. They weren't enjoyable to participate in. And obviously, like from my perspective, I think Intrepid is working on back-end server stuff. They don't really care about what was going on at that point in time. And so that stuff falling to the wayside wasn't important as getting their servers online and running for December 11th. I totally understand this perspective, but I just want to explain where Zyback is coming from here, because there were so many former systems in phase 2 that had great repeatable player loops that were rendered obsolete this last phase. Those are just 2 of them, of course. And so that's what he's talking about here. That's why he's bringing it up, because, okay, cool. Like, you have all these new PvX systems. What happens if you water those down too? I think it was due to them working on other stuff, but at the same time, it's good to bring it up and ask the question. Crates and caravans get addressed somewhere in here, believe? Yeah, and that's good. I'm just talking about like this, this last phase. And so the point about it being watered down is important to bring up, because it was. Blap, what's up, dude?
You're stating the premise for why Intrepid was founded.
Okay.
We're not making decisions off of market data and what acquires the most amount of users and how can we appeal to the greatest audience and how do we defeat, Final Fantasy 14 and build the next WoW and the Guild Wars 2. Like, that was not our mission statement. Our mission statement is we see a hole in the market for the MMORPG genre.
Correct.
A design hole. What is that design hole? It's a truly PvX game.
You got to fill the hole.
Non-faction-based, guild-driven,
yes,
friend-driving, massively multiplayer,
fill
predicated on player action, and having agency over the world-building component.
Later, Tana. Take care.
PvP is around the
corner. Have a great Christmas. I will.
And
Thank you.
PvE is the most relevant accomplishment that you can have to build the world and acquire the things you want.
E-Man, if you're playing and you want to play with us, let me know.
Is synergistic.
We can get you a guild invite.
Design.
We can walk you through everything.
I'm not going to say that there's not a great PvX game out there. I played a lot of great PvX games, but there is an opportunity, I think, to bring the systems depth that we are trying to bring here with Ashes of Creation into the fold, while also having that PvX design element and philosophy.
Correct.
That's what I think is missing. Broad spectrum systems depth MMO with the PvX philosophy. And that's the space I think Ashes fills. Now, is it going to be the largest space? No, it's not. It will not be the largest space by the simple fact that we
War
have
decks can be
PvP
rejected by the
in
defending
game,
guild. Yes, they can.
We will cut out a large portion of the MMORPG market share. That
They
is
can
just
reject
the truth.
3 every
We're
24
okay with
hours,
that
if I remember
because
correctly.
we believe that the market share that's interested in our PVX design is large enough to sustain the project, right? Obviously, to sustain the project and be very profitable, I think. So, at the end of the day, that's our mission statement. And so long as I retain 100%
Okay, man.
creative
Yeah, if you
control
want to
of the
get
product,
into our guild, let
that
me
is
know.
going to be the case.
I will approve you right now.
Okay.
If you want.
All right.
Yeah.
We're nice.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. So my personal opinion, like just born down to like the bare bone systems of it. That's what ruined BAD. Yeah, it's annoying right now. And I understand why they're doing it right now, because like griefing does exist. I don't think there's no risk and rewards in wars. Like eventually there'll be penalties and there'll be rewards for them happening. And so if you auto decline, you're auto taking penalties. The penalties don't exist right now. That's the issue. So like that's one of the issues that currently exist. And so when Zyback is bringing this up, the point is that there were PvP things that existed like 7 months ago that don't exist right now. And I think the reason they did that is because there was abuse. There was abuse because there was things that weren't going on, and Intrepid decided to shut off the faucet, which I totally understand with this perspective or this state in the game. My perspective is my most favorite playable loops in MMORPGs have always been PVX. And I bring this up, I brought this up a couple days ago in our Discord with the guild. My favorite ESO loop, for those of you guys that played ESO, was Imperial City. And Imperial City was fucking awesome. And it was pure PVX. You could fight people in Imperial City. You could fight bosses in Imperial City. And if you fought the bosses, you got, currency that you could use to purchase other things. And so there was always things to do. You could, like, when it was at its best, you were either fighting people over bosses, or if nobody else was around, you were fighting bosses and you were getting fucking rich. And it was awesome. Like it was just always win-win. And you could be in the middle of a boss and somebody could jump on you, and then all of a sudden you have a really cool fight. And the repeatability was really good. And I played Imperial City basically solely for like 2 to 3 years. Like it came out in like 2017. I played it for like 3 years straight. Like I barely went into Cyrodiil anymore because Imperial City was just so much better. But there were some cracks. Like it got boring, it got repeatable. The lower part of Imperial City wasn't nearly as good anymore. People stopped showing up because the rewards were already farmed to death. And it was like, hey, can you rework this? And the developers came out and they're like, no, we're working on new content. We're not going to go back and overhaul Imperial City, which really sucked. Like it was unfortunate because it was like the best DLC that they came out with. But fine, you're working on new content, whatever. And all this happened, and then like a year later they overhauled like the upper side of Imperial City. And then like 3 years after that, like a couple years ago, they overhauled Imperial City again. And it was funny because I read the patch notes at the time, and they specifically said that they weren't going to overhaul Imperial City again, and they did it anyway. And I was like, man, that must be such a repeatable player loop that so many players are still enjoying, like 6-7 years later after the introduction to it. Do other DLCs have that type of replayability? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so when you look at a good PVX design, due to the random nature of PvP encounters where it could be X amount of people, due to it happening at any point in time during a boss fight, it just has the most replayability because it's not go into this dungeon, go through these mechanics, get this reward, get out. Like the hours are just infinitely higher to play and enjoy than any sort of PvE content. Same thing with PvP too. Like if you look at like first person shooters like Call of Duty, the maps are fun, but eventually they need to come out with new maps because the maps get boring running the same loops, right? PVX doesn't have that. And so a good PVX system just carries so much harder. It just has so many more hours to it than other games. And that's why like this game can potentially hit, in my opinion. Like they don't have to hit on every single PVX, but if they only hit on a few, it could be really fun.
Some players don't feel much connection to their settlement. They're feeling that settlement attachment is missing, and we're seeing players switch settlements often. What future plans do you have to make players feel more connected to / invested in their settlement
Submit
and
on
its
the
success?
app.
Okay. Feel more connected and invested in their settlement and its success. That is a great question.
It is.
I think that there are a lot of systems, polished systems, accompanying systems that are still outstanding for node design, as we know. A lot of the things I just talked about with the commissions and buy orders, being handled by the social organizations, the religious organizations, and the patron guilds components. Like those types of things induct players into their pseudo faction. You might call settlements. Settlements are a pseudo faction. We're a non-faction based game, but we have a lot of pseudo factions in it, right? Those organizations I talked about, settlements in and of themselves, guilds that you choose to be a part of, those are all pseudo factions because you're not tied to them eternally. You can leave them at a given point and make a new decision, but when you're a part of them, you depend on the success of your peers within that location or within that organization. So I think doubling down on introducing those additional features to the settlement system will add to players feeling invested. I think having the threat of loss and just having investment, right? And investment intrinsically contains the opportunity for loss. Right now, there is no opportunity for loss, so it's not an investment. By making it an investment and knowing you can lose that thing and that the investment required your time and your effort and your resources to benefit you in the long run, you now become more interested in its success because its success is not a sure thing. That's a central philosophical tenet. So by making it an investment, you will curry more interest and dedication and commitment because players ultimately pursue power. And so long as that investment can return power, or there are players that pursue immersion, that pursue,
Influence.
Influence, exactly. Thank you. And again, the settlement system is intended to be a vehicle for all of those things.
Sure.
And so long as that vehicle then becomes not a sure thing, you're going to be interested in its survival and success.
Nice.
That's fair.
So, kind of building off.
The big problem with the caravan system was guilds who couldn't handle fighting with even numbers and brought 3 times the numbers when the guild they wanted revenge on started a run. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the strategy of PVX. Like, if you can't fight on equal numbers, you could bring more numbers, but you could only bring so many. And that brings conflict, right? Because then you can settle things outside of that system. So, okay, like you brought 20 people to take our 5-person caravan. Now we can war deck you. And so now if you want to fight, like we can fight. And the other side has to choose, like, do we really want to risk sacking this caravan to have a node war or a guild war? And the current issue is like you can decline them and there's no penalties and there's no rewards, which is why like that lack of PvP is an issue. But it eventually, when it does come back online, like you can see how that would be pretty cool, right? Like, I don't know if I want to war deck this guild. Like the penalties, like they're going to kick our ass. Well, sure, we take the caravan, but what's the cost? The cost is they kick our ass, and now we're going to take fucking guild penalties. Not worth it, and it doesn't exist yet, of course. I'm just kind of talking about a hypothetical.
The settlement, just sentiment, is mitigating guilds from controlling multiple settlements still a primary focus for Intrepid, or has player behavior changed design intention over the past year? Are castles intended? Oh my gosh.
Intended?
Are castles Yeah, exactly.
Like
Are castles intended to be the main driver for top guilds to fight over freeing the settlements of their control?
okay.
That's a lot.
Let's see. Do
Well,
we
let's
have that
reread.
question updated?
Let's reread
Okay,
this.
mitigating guilds from the controlling multiple. Yes. Okay. So to answer the first part of the question, is it a focus for us to mitigate guilds exerting control over multiple settlements? The answer is yes. Now, will we be successful in fully mitigating that? The answer is no. What mitigation means is we want to make it difficult, right? So that, you know, it's not impossible, but it is very difficult to do. And especially the larger the settlement is. That I think is a key component, because the larger the settlement is, the more influence and power it contains. So that's a scaling problem. And we want to make sure that all the mitigation factors that make it more difficult for guilds to exert this multi-settlement pressure scales with that power and influence. So if a guild were to focus on, let's say, controlling potentially 2 smaller, less influential, less trafficked settlements, that is more achievable, but still very difficult to do. So to answer your second part of your question, has player behavior changed design intention? No, they have not. So that is still our intention. Our castle is intended to be the main. I'm sorry. Give me one second.
The main driver for top guilds.
Okay, give me one sec.
Okay.
Got it. Okay, sorry about that. So, our castle is intended to be the main driver for the top guilds to fight over, bring settlements of their controls. The answer to that is two-part. Yes, castles are still intended to be the hold on, I'm sorry. I just got a cool DM from Svant. Svant,
Oh.
brother!
Let's go.
He's asking if I want to do a Q&A tomorrow with his stream.
Okay.
Do it.
I
Asman's my
would
boy.
love to chat with you and your community, brother.
Dude, I can't wait for that one.
On
Doing
the
it live.
live stream.
Thank you, Steven. That's gonna be
Oh,
awesome.
yeah.
Okay, sorry. So, to answer that question, castles will absolutely be an objective of guilds. They will be the primary objective of guilds. They will be the most influential and powerful trophy that a guild can acquire. And so, how do you precipitate human behavior? It's through reward. In that sense, reward will be the top objective. Will that address or free their control over settlements? I don't think so. I think that is a separate vertical of power and influence. They will house and contain 2 different reward structures, and as a result, guilds will pursue both. However, again, the settlement will have fail-safes as it relates to mitigating that control overall. Why am I getting blown up in Discord right now? I apologize, everybody. Okay, Esfan says, cool, let's do it. Very excited to chat with you in your community tomorrow, Esfan. Okay, next question. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So I have one, Steven, because coming as a PvE player myself, primarily from World of Warcraft, I've actually really enjoyed the PvX dynamic, just saying. But caravans are a huge topic right now. And caravans brought some really epic PvP moments and a lot of group fun in phases 1 and 2. But with the crate systems release and the safer mule transport on the horizon, players are skipping them as they're being too risky, low reward. What tweaks like speed buffs, better loot splits, any anti-griefing tools that are planned potentially for early access or even further beyond for caravans? Make them great again, Steven.
Make them great. Make caravans great. Okay, so this is another byproduct of having outstanding feature support done here. Now, I agree with you. Caravans inhabit an entirely separate play space. These are roaming open world battlegrounds, essentially, that should have a high investment, high reward profile. And right now, that is being usurped by the introduction of the crate system and the introduction of mules. Always, again, an intended design to have those things. But what often happens in development, because we want to test a feature as soon as possible in order to potentially iterate it as quickly as necessary, or experience whatever downfalls and issues that it might have that would inform later systems that accompany it. We introduced the Caravan without all of its necessary components and feature sets, and we introduced the crate system and mule system without all of its corresponding features. So now what we've done is we've identified a current state delinquency, so to speak, in the game design. So I was having a conversation with Chris Justo, who is our principal systems designer, and we were talking about expediting some of the plans for supporting caravans in the design space. And I would expect not by this month, but by next milestone, that you will see some revisioning of the caravan system. But in addition, you'll see some additional feature support to ensure that caravans once again take their space within the roaming, open world, high risk, high reward battleground space.
Okay, hold on.
Later systems that accompany it. We introduced
Sorry, I
the
had to
Caravan
back
without
up.
all of its necessary components and feature sets, and we introduced the crate system and mule system without all of its corresponding features. So now what we've done is we've identified a current state delinquency, so to speak, in the game design. So I was having a conversation with Chris Justo, who is our principal systems designer, and we were talking about expediting some of the plans for supporting caravans in the design space. And I would expect not by this month, but by next milestone, that you will see some revisioning of the caravan system. But in addition, you'll see some additional feature support to ensure that caravans once again take their space within the roaming, open world, high risk, high reward battleground space.
Yeah, I think y'all did some great improvements with the UI, with like the tagging of the going purple. Like it kind of is a shame that people aren't running them. So I'm great answer to your question.
Agreed. And I'm just going to set this expectation with any viewer right now that the ebb and flow you just described with caravans were great, and then they were not great. Will they be great again? The answer is yes, they will. And that ebb and flow may exist for other systems and features as well, right? Like that is just a reality of being in active development. Is that exactly and I know the age old meme of it's just an alpha, bro, but within each meme is a little bit of truth, and and then there is truth in the sense that being an alpha means that not all of these systems are in place, right? And because we're so systems heavy and systems interdependent, that means that shit can feel a little lackluster. Um, Now, you may not like the fact that we're still in alpha. You may think that we should be done with the game by now. And to you, sir, I tip my hat. And if you can create a game of this complexity in a faster amount of time with a similar degree of quality, I will play that game. But what I will tell you is that we're taking our time to ensure that we execute accurately.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm disappointed that the caravan ROI stuff will not be here for this phase. I was hoping that they were going to do a tweak of the numbers and they were going to have, I don't need more defenses. I don't need more defensive capabilities. I just need the PVX to exist, because caravans were such a driver for so many other things that exist in the game. Like so much other conflict rose from caravans. And so if it's for the next milestone and they're going to get it right, and they're going to get the ROI down for caravans, and they're going to have the caravan defensive mechanics, that's fine. There's other PVX stuff that's coming out that we can test and we can try to work on and everything. And I'm looking forward to those too. I just want people to come in tomorrow that have not played what I have played, and they can see the glimpses of what I've seen. Like that's what I want people to see. I want people to see caravans, and I want people to see like, man, just this one player loop I could play for months. Like this one thing I could play for months. And they also have this, and this. And that's what I want people to see. And that's the like the little disappointing part for me for caravans, because I think it's just like right now for me, it's just an ROI number. If the ROI was higher, then people would run them. But the problem is it's not just that easy. Like they have a global economy on their servers that they have to take into account as well. So I understand why it's going to take time. I just kind of wish they had like the little shortcut, but that's going to throw everything else out of whack. So I get it. I'm a little disappointed, but I get it.
I'd rather have my food cooked well than cooked fast. Just saying.
Yes.
All right. Time to kill is very controversial on the PTR. A lot of people think it's too fast, while others say it's fine. What do you guys intend the rough time to kill to be in PvP?
Oh,
but
boy.
more importantly, what scale of PvP gets priority when it comes to combat pacing?
So TTK and balancing stats.
The last part of the question is what I'm excited to
will
hear.
likely be a thing we do until literally the week before commercial launch.
Okay.
That is just a reality. Because we're going to get feedback constantly. We're going to find locations, builds, equipment combinations that need to be revised. And we're building a very complex, highly customizable, player character progression system that is going to be difficult to balance. Now, because of that, our balance objective is group v group. We've talked about that in the past. We are not intending to have a 1v1 balance situation. I know that we recently did a 1v1 competition on the PTR with some of the balance revisions. Don't let that be indicative to you of what we're trying to balance against. What we are trying to do is mitigate the width of the spectrum, right, between what TTK is in PvE environments, what it is in raid v raid, what it is in group v group, and what it is in 1v1. And while our target objective in balance is group v group, we do take into consideration the extremes of 1v1 and raid v raid. They are important as well, because we want to make sure that while we find the average being group, that those two extremes aren't too far apart. Earlier, I had told you that how do I judge reception from the community? I was asked this question by Jacob, who's our director of production, about a month ago. Once I had come back from my second surgery, and I was out for about 2 weeks, and that was during the time where the stat balance pass was happening, and I wasn't able to be a part of those discussions. And when I came back, I had given some revisions that needed to be made. And Jacob said, "What's your metric for success, in the stat balance approach?" And we were talking about surveys that we were conducting and polls that we were holding for, TTK being too fast or too slow. And I said, if I see a survey come back from our testers that has, 25% think it's way too slow, 25% think it's way too fast, and 40% feel it's just right with the rest being in between, like, I would consider it successful. So if I have half the people telling me that it's way too fast and the other half of the people telling me that it's way too slow, I consider us having hit a good balance mark to some degree. And I think that the latest iteration of stat passing with TTK is actually in a pretty good spot. Probably, now I know this is subjective, and again, half the people are going to say I agree with you, half the people are going to say I disagree with you, but I would say it's probably in the best spot that we've had so far. But we will continue to refine it and continue to adjust it, as I said, even into beta.
Okay.
I agree.
know,
it is currently in the best spot that
I
it's
think
been so far.
I just want to say this one small thing. Inner Fire and Ward has been a huge topic of contention as far as people like being that problematic. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, but
which one? I'm sorry, I was reading something.
The Inner Fire passive in the weapon skill tree and Ward in the weapon skill tree.
Okay.
Those have been pretty problematic for players.
Meaning that they're too powerful.
Yes.
Yeah. I know that of the skill trees, the weapon skill trees are the ones most needing revision, iteration, and auditing.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Those were done in a very quick, more, initially they were done super copy pasta, right? Copy pasta. But we spent a little bit of time getting them up and better to a degree, but really they're going to be most needing that audit, and I would expect to see a significant revision of those skill trees. It's not going to be immediate. It's not likely going to be in the next milestone as well. We'll see how that ends up in a prioritization pass.
Okay.
I would expect it probably in next year's second milestone.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Trying to figure out the best way to say this. Sorry. I had all this time to think it through, and then they talked about other things, and it kind of threw me off kilter. I understand the perspective that he's talking about from, like, it's a similar perspective that I've had with people talking about hands in poker, right? Like, if you have a specific line that you're taking and you're asking a large cohort of people, hey, should I call, raise, or fold? If the answer is close, you're going to have close to equal answers from the same peers of call, raise, or fold. And you know that it's not, people are going to say, obviously it's a fold, obviously it's a call, obviously it's a raise. And they're going to have their own reasoning, they're going to have their own stance behind it. And that's fine. And so looking at it from that perspective of peers makes sense. Like looking at it from peers makes sense. Like people with similar tiers of experience. Looking at it, it's tough because like I want to see the combat take another step forward, because I think Ashes of Creation's combat for an alpha is very good. Like for an alpha, I think it's in a very good state. But that's for an alpha. I don't think it's good for a game yet. Like that's my personal opinion. I think there's some things that they could do to tweak it to make it a lot more player interactive. It would make combat a lot more fun and a lot more interactive, and they could add a lot of depth to the system. Like the bare bones are there, but they could add a lot more depth. Is my perspective on it. And so when I think about TTK, I don't care too much about what the exact time is, as long as it's engaging and it's fun, which is kind of a I understand that's a non-answer, but like if there's depth to the combat, fighting somebody good should naturally take longer than if you fight somebody that just picked the game up yesterday. And TTK really it really strongly depends on the player's skill. And so it's tough to just say like TTK is in a good spot, because it depends on how good the players are. It depends on how good the combat is. It depends on how good the counters are. All these things factor into what overall TTK is. And that's the underlying issue. Is we've been playing Alpha 2 for a year now, but think about your favorite MMORPG and how long you were playing PvP or PvE in that, and how much better you got from your first year to your second year to your third year. Like how much stronger you got as a player. And imagine if you could go back in time and put yourself in that first year with how good you were. Like if the game has depth from a defensive perspective, your time to kill would be naturally a lot higher than it was in that first year, because your skill level increased dramatically. And so I'm glad that they're constantly going to overwork it and like constantly rehash it and relook at things. But I'm hoping that they add a lot of defensive mechanical depth to where they're going to have to continue to do it, because I don't think any of us want just like a punching bag MMO where somebody has a certain amount of HP and then you just deplete it to zero. I think you want to have block and dot, like different mechanics that exist and different buffs and debuffs that can impact and change how that is impacted. And that's why it's like, it's not an easy answer, right? Like, I don't think it's an easy answer. And the example I would bring up would be like, Elden Ring. Elden Ring is not an MMORPG, and I'm not trying to claim that it is, but the difference in TTK between Elden Ring noobs and Elden Ring like high skilled players is like a night and day difference. Night and day difference in TTK. And so I played it as a noob and I was like, man, I'm getting fucking bursted. Like this shit's brutal. And guess what? I played another 20 hours of PvP straight and it wasn't brutal anymore because I understood the mechanics better and it got better and the TTK became more manageable because I understood how to play the game. And I think that depth is what's needed and is what is important more than like, just dummy punching. So it made New World's combat so enjoyable because it was like rock, paper, scissors style combat. Yeah. And New World is the perfect MMORPG. Like it's in the Elden Ring genre of like combat, right? Like you have iframe dodge rolls, like you have like there's so many defensive mechanics in New World to where the skill gap for offensive and defensive players was very, very good. Like the depth there from a PvP perspective was very good.
All right.
When do we get more weapons? I see from Savage Logic in chat. You will be happy to know that in addition to the one-handed spear, my next desired weapon is staffs.
Staff, yes.
So
Nice.
staffs
let's
coming?
go.
Yeah, so
Excellent.
you
All
will
right.
likely see me rolling around on the 11th with a GM staff. So let that be a little bit of a preview. But yeah.
Nice. All right. You stated that this wouldn't be a Zerg game, or rather that there will be things to prevent it from being such,
question.
like a fast travel and guild tree powers being used as examples. However, many players feel this isn't enough. The guild tree to incentivize smaller numbers in exchange for some bonuses is lackluster in comparison to just having more members.
Correct.
And most guilds just go to the sub guild route like Syndicate 1, Syndicate 2, Syndicate Yellow, etc.,
Yes.
in an effort to double dip. What are plans to help further empower smaller guilds or groups to combat large mega Zerg guilds potentially dominating open world content too much, such as the upcoming Harbinger system?
Great question.
Well,
Nice.
I think that one big thing that hasn't been introduced as part of our event design is properly segregated objectives. And what I mean by that is, you may have certain objectives that are easily zergable, right? Like downing a boss in an open environment, or controlling a control point. Those things are obviously lend themselves to being zergable. But what some types of objectives that might be even instance based, only allowing a group to perform, and then that objective can confer a very powerful buff to one side in an event potentially, based on the outcome of that head to head. I think arguably favors smaller, tight knit groups that are more accustomed to working in synchronicity with one another. And that can also play into the types of objectives that may not just be damage output, because if you have a Zerg that's completing content in the open world, they're also likely going to be the most wealthy and
Correct.
have the best equipment.
Correct.
But more skill predicated objective types that are within those types of instances. I think ultimately, if I were to define the design goal in creating those types of objective based gameplays, that would be what I would communicate to my design team, incorporating those elements for smaller based groups. In addition, the way that we've centralized the power reward from guild structures, right? Being within the skill design acquisition, potentially within, castles and or guild halls, and how you sectionalize the roster of a guild to have certain benefits conferred only to those rosters, right? Like one example that I've given is, you may have the primary guild core group that can only facilitate 40 people, and then you may have a squadron or a knight block that has the next 10 people you can invite, and so on and so forth. And there may be deprecated reward profiles for those groups. So as you broaden the size of your guild, choosing to invest your points in the progression within guild expansion, not only are you foregoing the skills that you would normally have acquired down the path of non-expansion, which is another balancing point to Zergs, because the smaller guilds will have an opportunity to invest their skill points through guild progression within passive benefits and buffs that confer to the primary block.
Sorry, I'm just
But
listening.
you're getting a diminished return on how many people within the guild can actually benefit from those when you segregate them into separate groups. So I think, the combination of that event design with the design of the organization progression lends itself to mitigating but not fully removing the Zerg element. If the objective is to fully remove the Zerg element, that is not a possibility. We should all be clear about that.
Correct.
When you
And I
have
don't want
a multiplayer game that is open world and non-faction based and has open world content in it, all you can do is mitigate and make a steeper incline. And that's our objective. That is, and that's going to level the playing field to a degree, but ultimately in a multiplayer massively game, numbers will matter to some degree.
100%.
Numbers are really people. Soylent Green is people. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
But no, the numbers is really people. And if you have more people that are working towards a common goal and a common effort, there has to be some consideration to that.
100%.
Because it is a multiplayer open world environment. And there are consequences. Now, what do we do with that knowledge as a design team? We don't just sit back and say, yes, let the pigs rule the farm, so to speak. What we do is we create incentive structures to sow division.
Okay, we're gonna stop there because that was a lot. Okay, that was a lot, and I feel like I'm just like watching and listening instead of like talking with you guys about it. But long story short, this has been something that I've been waiting for in the alpha, because if you're watching my channel and like you've been watching my channel for a while, I come from the Elder Scrolls Online, I come from New World, and I love doing small scale outnumbered PvP. It's my fucking jam. Like this is my wheelhouse of things that I like. I like playing games in hard mode. I like having less people. I like the idea of overcoming the odds of numbers. I like not winning as much because the reward from winning is so much better. I could lose 9 times, but if I win like a 1v7, that one time makes it worth it for me. And that's not the same for everybody else. And I totally understand it. I love being pitted against larger groups. And outnumbered PvP is our bread and butter. Exactly. Like that is my wheelhouse. That's the stuff that I like. And when Nice and I had an interview with Steven last year, we asked specifically about this. And we've been waiting for the more small scale stuff to happen, because Steven's come out and said like he doesn't want it to be an entirely Zerg game. And that doesn't mean that Zergs don't have their power. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. It means that they only have so much impact. And game design can either buff or nerf Zergs based on how their design is. And what I mean by that is there was a point in time in the Elder Scrolls Online where what they had was they had AoE caps. And what AoE caps did was your area of effect skills only hit 6 people with full damage and everybody else with less. And so what it did is it incentivized people to run in mass numbers and clump together as tightly as possible, because only 6 people could be impacted at full damage. Everybody else was going to take less. And so literally AoE caps designed a system that buffed large groups more than they needed to. Large groups already had the advantage of having more people. They have more damage. They have more defensive capabilities. They had more healing. And now they're tankier. And so it was annoying because literally like they provided a system that made these large groups even worse, even more annoying to deal with. And it was just by existing in a large group. And so that was the idea of like buffing large groups. That is something that directly incentivizes people to run in large groups, which is very, if you're trying to make a Zerg game where it's large groups versus large groups, it's fine. But if you're not, like what Intrepid is doing, that would be a design choice that you don't want to do. And something that Steven brought up here and something that he's brought up otherwise is having guild trees exist to where you can buff smaller groups of people, which doesn't currently exist. Like, so as you level up your guild tree, you can passively assign more value and defensive mitigation to X amount of players in your guild. Well, if you have a larger guild, you can't make players stronger. But if you have less people, you can go the stronger route. And so your players, although you're in a smaller guild, maybe they'll have 20% more damage instead of 5% because you have less people to assign these buffs to. And so that's a way to buff individual groups. This idea that he brings up with different player loops where you're fighting bosses and you have different areas to where you can get specific strong buffs based off of smaller people heading into an area. That's a good one. That's a really good design system that, once again, it doesn't make large groups not valuable because large groups still have the value of having more damage, more healing, more sustain, more health pools, all those things. But you give smaller scale groups a chance to compete in those situations. And I think that's important. And it doesn't exist. Like, I want to be clear to you guys watching right now, everything I'm talking about right now and everything that Steven's talking about right now, it does not currently exist in Alpha 2. It is not something that exists. And that's why, like, inherently right now in Alpha 2, it is more of a Zerg-based game. Doesn't mean it will always be that way, but that's why it was brought up. We hate AoE caps. Yes, all my homies hate AoE caps.
Because the larger the organization, even through an alliance of guilds, when you can create scarcity in your reward profiles and objectives that cannot be shared by everyone, then greed takes over, because greed
100%.
is an inherent human quality. And we should leverage inherent human qualities like greed
100%.
in order to facilitate potential change in power structures. How many of us have played in MMOs where the strongest organization had dissension from within, where it erupted, the guild imploded because of that dissension, or
Like
an alliance?
Ashes?
Exactly. That is the type of political intrigue that, as designers, we don't need to force. We need to incentivize. We need to create those friction points where players can do what players are naturally going to do anyways. That's the whole point of designing a game like this.
Have you guys ever?
This is a really good point. And it's something I want to riff or yap off of. Let's put ourselves in a hypothetical scenario, right? Like, let's say we are group size agnostic. We don't care if the size guild we run in is 10 people deep or 500 people deep. We don't care. We don't care. We just want to be effective. We just want to win. That's all we want to do, is we want to freaking win, because that's what we do in MMORPGs. We win. And so you could go in the 500 person group. You have all these advantages of being in the large groups. And if you're running around winning all the time, you're going to have a good time in the 500 person group, right? Like, you're going to have a good time. You're winning. You're doing exactly what you want to do. Well, due to these trees that Steven's talking about, because you have more people, when is the game coming online? Early access is tomorrow. The game will probably be coming online, like, I would guess, like 2027, 2028 or so. But somewhere around there. But regardless, what I'm talking about is, if you can specialize trees to assign more value to smaller groups of players, you could have a situation to where the 500 person guild, it has like a 5% damage buff, right? Like, you get 5% more damage running in the group. That's not really the strength of the group. Like, the strength of the group is 500 people. If the 50 person group can have 20% more damage, hypothetically, or 25%, I don't know what the number is, but, like, let's say you can have substantially more, and they're impacting it in a way to where maybe they're not beating 500 people, because that'd be kind of silly. Like, 500 is a lot. But if that 50 person group can beat 200 people, if they could beat 250 people, and like they're working together, and like they now have buffs that work in, you're going to have some people in the 500 person group going, wow, I'm not winning as much as I want to. Look what this guild is doing. Look what this guild is doing with this size. Look at the damage they have. I bet they can kill world bosses a lot faster. I bet they can grind mobs a lot faster. I bet they're gaining more gold doing everything they do, because they have these inherent buffs that I do not. And they get to do all these things. I should try to become a part of this 50-man guild. And they're not going to be the first person that thinks that. Everybody follows their own incentives. And winning comes in multiple different forms. And so when this does come online, or if it does come online in a balanced way, you could see people making those choices. But like I said, it doesn't exist yet. So I get the idea. I like the idea. I'm just waiting for it to occur.
Or considered like hard, like actual like mechanics like that are like, imagine like a mage lightning skill where the more targets it bounces to, the more damage it does. Like actual harder mechanics, like maybe if there's a group of 40 people, they're on the map visible, like things like that. Or do you not want to do that kind of stuff? Do you not want to have
where we're showing player possession on the
yeah, like
battlefield?
imagine you have a group of 40. Like if you have a group that big, you're just visible on the map. Like people can just hit M and see where you're at, and then you
Albion
have
style.
like skills that are inherently anti-Zerg.
I don't think the problem is fielding 40 people. I think even the small guilds
just as an example.
I know. But I'm just going to use that. Like a design like that will actually, in my opinion, benefit the Zergs. Right? I don't think it would benefit the smaller skilled the smaller groups or organizations. But to answer your question, within that vein of thinking, yes, we have thought about designs that help bridge the divide between the player numbers and the skill level, because ultimately that's the question here: is skill level better than numbers? Is numbers better than skill?
Would that be something like giving the fighter or tank an ability to clump a group in order to create like more of like a bomb squad against the Zerg or something like that?
From an ability design, yes. From an ability design perspective, ability design perspective, absolutely. Like that's, having the ability to, co-locate groups of people or targets within AoE distances, AoE build types like if you think about a raid composition and how you can spec your class right now. Like raid composition now becomes a strategy as a result of the Zerg dilemma. Like how you spec your build when you have access to those types of AoE abilities becomes a strategic decision in a tactical environment. And we do want to create that type of dilemma.
Cool. All right. So my question is around vertical and horizontal progression in general. So just to frame it, there's not a whole lot of meaningful character progression. Like me as my player, I don't really feel like I'm progressing my character. A lot of it is locked behind certificates or like level brackets. Like every 10 levels, I get my big power boost. Every time I hit my level 10, my level 20, I get that big increase in gear. Now I'm really strong in this particular level bracket. Does Intrepid plan on addressing this as an issue, or does it not really see it as an issue? Are there like plans on like archetypes having individual scalings? How do you intend to fix or combat this?
Well, I think there's a few outstanding, features and content loops that are missing from the character progression model that's currently in game. Right now, the economy is as you state, is the primary method of power acquisition. But we are missing things like more fully fleshed out guild trees with power passives. We are missing more passive options within the current skill trees for the archetypes. We're missing an entire class selection of augmentation to further reinforce non-itemized, character progression. We're missing the social organizations. We're missing the all of the intended relics that are in the world and confer power and benefits to players. Some of the policies for nodes and the benefits that come from your housing progression. Like there are non-itemization based, non-gearing based progression paths that are still outstanding. And I think that when we have the full picture of that design in place, your character progression is going to feel perhaps the opposite that it does now, which is that I must pay attention to too many systems in order to optimize my power progression curve. Like that is the flip side of this problem. Right now, it's all centrally focused on gear. And the question of the design is going to be, does having 6 different vertical paths that need to be focused on too much to onboard players. And so we'll see when those things make it in, how we need to tune it.
So just like philosophically speaking about vertical power progression, at the high, like what's your curve looking like on the high end? Because one of the complaints I've seen is that like the epic and the legendary, you just get a huge return on just general power, and a lot of people are like, maybe that bump going from heroic to epic to legendary should be much lower than it is, because people are sort of concerned that the veteran players are just going to start blowing all the other people out of the water, like because there's just so much power in those. Like, is there an intention for there to be a drop off, like a strong diminishing return on that?
So let me answer the first part of that question. Again, we're going to be tuning things repeatedly.
Yes.
And whether or not the level of disparity between those various rarities is what we're going to stick with is predicated on player feedback and the data that we collect right now in time to kill, power acquisition snowball, like all of those things, inform decisions we make around this stuff. So to answer your question on the pursuit, that's that division, which is, how strong is too strong, but how strong is necessary to elicit interest, right? To elicit, like, if I have to invest $1 million gold and getting 1%, how many players are really going to do that? And how impactful is that $1 million gold now becoming? That's a significant diminishing return. If that $1 million gold, gives me a 10% edge, that wheel becomes far more enticing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough.
So that's a balance that, we can really only inform by data collected from the feedback of the players and the testing, of our current numbers. And all I can tell you is that we're going to massage it until it hits a happy medium of investment by the players.
Okay.
I can, what for my questions?
Okay. I have a lot to say about this. Sorry. We gotta talk about this a little bit. I am of the opinion that you just do not need a high percentage boost in gear to be valuable. Like it's just not something that people are going to do. Like, what's the best way to put it? There was a point in time where when I was playing ESO, blue gear gave, like, the difference between blue gear and gold gear was like 1.5% more. Like you got 1.5% more between the blue gear, which was like 1/100th of the cost of the gold gear, typically, like depending on the piece, whatever. But it only gave 1.5%. And guess what people did? They still fucking grinded the gold level gear, the legendary stuff, because 1.5% for one piece was a lot, because each piece kind of compounds on each other. And it was just one of those 10 hours, 15. Oh, okay. Yeah. It was just one of those things where the small amount, it seemed like a small amount that people wouldn't do. But when you're sitting on gold and you have stuff to work on, you're going to do it anyways, especially like if you're trying to really be competitive. 1.5% on one piece is a lot. 10% on an entire gear set is a shit ton. It is so, 10% is so much. You do not need a 10% difference to have people invest in it. And if you're worried about it, like I think this is going to be something that they find out. But the competitive player loop disappears when gear becomes such a huge disparity. And the issue with dealing with gold farmers is also going to become bigger when gear is such a huge disparity. Like those two things go hand in hand. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't exist. I'm absolutely not saying that. I'm just saying that if you want a lot of replayability, you want the game to be more based off of skill gap with a smidge of investment into gear. And people will do it anyways. People will 100% do it. Like if I'm in a small scale outnumbered guild, I'm going to take every single small scale percentage that I can get in order to compete. If I can get 1% here, 1% here, 2% here, I'm going to work for it because I need it in order to have an advantage versus people that have double the amount of people I do. I'm going to need it. Same thing for any large scale guild fighting another large scale guild. Like, guys, we're going to grind for this. Like an extra 5% more is a lot. It is substantially more. Like, and it compounds. Like if you're doing 5% more damage and you're also taking 5% less damage, it's just so much more impactful than just the 5%. And so from my perspective and what I've seen with the guild trees right now, like I like what they previously had. And I think what they're currently testing is not in the vein that I prefer, but I understand that they need to test it. I understand that they need to figure that out and like work on those and see what the feedback is. But you just don't need that kind of gear disparity. Like you like just a little, like the most minute percentage changes at higher levels will be worth it. It will be, especially for people that sweat. Like people that sweat will 100% sweat for 1%.
Just want to preface because this kind of really leads into my question. There was a huge problem in phase 2 with basically epics and legendaries, Steven, being common. They were very common. Now, static rarity was a huge predicate to them being super common across the board, right? But now that that's fully removed, during PTR testing, I've wrote Reddit threads. I've talked to a couple of devs already about this. It's still an issue in my opinion. Every PTR, even with a crew tool, a common novice tool, I can literally find an epic and legendary within 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and everybody in my guild can also do that. So if I can do that, everybody in my guild can do that. Epic and legendaries are going to remain the common gearing. Everybody's going to have that. So for my question, so what is currently intended that legendary gatherables can drop when using just a basic novice tool? Or do you feel that higher rarity materials should require upgrading your tools to better rarities to harvest? So actual progression. Because if you can get legendaries with a common tool, why would I ever need to upgrade it?
Yeah, I mean, what happens? So, what you're describing is
I don't
adding
agree with this.
additional throttle to the higher rarity introduction into the system, right?
I want epics and legendaries to be that, like epic and actual legendaries.
I've had this discussion with Vladis. I just disagree.
Your end goal is scarcity. You believe that the scarcity value, however reached, whether it be through not gatekeeping on the progression of tools, but just adjust. You're advocating for gatekeeping on the acquisition of tools, which is okay. That's a valid design path. And just outright, I would say we aren't necessarily opposed to it. We've discussed that internally as well.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Please
but there
don't do
are other
that,
ways
Steven.
to achieve the end goal of higher scarcity. You could reduce the overall spawn rate or proc rate of these higher rarities.
Yeah, and that's what I want.
You could predicate it off of skill tree progression. You could predicate it off of tool quality. However way you introduce the throttle, the end goal is to reduce scarcity of those things. Right. Scarcity as a value is a variable that will be tuned.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? It is something that we need to find the happy medium for. Your supposition is that right now there's too many legendaries.
Oh, well, that's everybody was decked out in them, and even in phase 3.
But I'm talking about in PTR right now with the revamp that we've done.
Well, yes. Like we're still finding legendaries pretty commonly or epics, and again, I'm not opposed for a common tool.
How much is the early access?
Or even getting
it's like $40 or $50 right
like
now.
A 1 out of a million. Like it should be very rare that could possibly happen, right? Like, and that's why upgrading your tools, or again, predicating rarity power or something, because I know stats in Artisan is still being adjusted to.
Sure.
Like that's all in flux, right? I totally get it. But I guess for me, as someone who truly fell in love with gathering, processing, crafting, and ashes, I want my efforts to matter. And I feel like prior they were invalidated by static rarity, but now I feel like there's just no point in me upgrading. And also like the stats just need a huge rework. Like speed is terrible. Spoils is great. I feel like there's some stats that are really good, some stats that just, we need some work. But I think what I'm crying out is just for progression and for like when I see someone actually in a legendary piece or they have a legendary, that's like, oh, wow. Like, holy crap. You must have worked really hard for that.
Okay. So the reason I don't necessarily disagree with Vladis's point of view here entirely. I don't agree with getting the tool like the tool being the defining aspect for getting higher quality mats. And the reason I say that is one of the biggest issues, like we're just going to go to base MMORPG design, right? One of the biggest issues that a lot of MMORPGs face is that when the game has been out for a year, 2 years, 3 years, the barrier for entry for new players to get in to play with veteran players is extremely high. And a lot of players will not go through that barrier for entry because they want to be on the same footing. How many times have you decided not to play a game because it's like, well, people already have gear, they already have mats, they already have experience, they already have this. It's a huge ask to come back with, and like that is such a huge thing to come back with. What Ash's economy did this last phase that I thought was really good is it lowered the barrier for entry for people to gain gold, and that is important. So if somebody's going to join a world that has been developed for a year and it's been worked on and they're going to come in as a new player, you have to be able to give them value out of the gate. Not for everything, of course. I'm not trying to say that. But a new player coming in, knowing they can make gold if they go and they farm copper and stuff like that is valuable. It is valuable that they come out of the gate and they don't have to drop 100 hours into leveling and then another 50 hours into leveling crafting in order to finally start making gold. They can make gold out of the gate and work towards their end game stuff immediately with beginner tools. And I think that is extremely important if you want to retain a player base for more than like a year or 2 years, just constantly having players come in and try stuff out. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with Vladis from wanting rare stuff be rare, but we have to also keep in mind that there is the system of having heroic, epic, and legendary stuff, but then there's also the ascension system. And what the ascension system does is it allows you to move your gear among that tier. But in order to ascend your gear, you need more legendary materials in order to push your gear farther up that scale. And so the problem that Vladis faces with, or that I think Vladis would have with the system that he wants, is sure, it's hard to get legendary, but it would be damn near impossible to ascend legendary. And so when I look at it as, I would look at it through both scopes. Okay, sure, getting to legendary might be a little bit easier than what you want, but is ascending to the max level gear, where the max level legendary is like quite a bit better than the base level legendary, what is that requiring? And when you look at the materials required and the amount of ascension required for that, I think Vladis would be okay with that. And I could be wrong. I mean, maybe he's already looked at it, but I think when you consider like high end versus low end, I think that's where I just disagree, because if it's going to take me like a month or 2 months or 3 months to get legendary stuff to make a legendary weapon, I'm not going to do it again to ascend it like an extra couple percentage points. Like, well, I will, but I don't want to. I don't want to, like at some point it becomes redundant. It's hard. It's really hard. So that's where I'm at. And so I get where he's coming from. And I've talked to him about this before. We've had this conversation on rare gear, meaning being rare. But I just think ascension needs to come into account as well. I think that's an important aspect of it. Most of the chat disagreed with him when he said this. I get where it's coming from. I do. I just there you get to a threshold to where it just becomes tedious and it becomes busy work. I think I do agree with Steven here that I do think you can have throttles through like your guild passives to where you can have higher rarity. You can have it through, different, maybe your trophies that you get for your node can have this. There's different ways to impact it and make it a little bit better or worse or whatever.
Yeah, and again, like that value is something that is not only subjective. So if I have half the people agreeing with you and half the people disagreeing with you, we probably hit a happy medium. And what I would just say is that when we're targeting how we balance these systems, the player feedback is obviously the validation point, and this is going to continue to be tuned. It is just such a highly tunable thing.
Yeah. I'm actually going to change the order because my question fits into his question. Item destruction. What's the plan with item destruction? Speaking of legendary items, if these items go away and they have a lifespan, maybe that would help too. And we haven't really heard
100%.
anything about them
Well,
being.
yeah. So I did have a conversation again to reiterate the design path here. Um, that deconstruction is intended to be a necessary component of crafting, meaning that unique materials can only be derived from deconstruction
100%.
of items, right? So if I want to build a sword, and let's just say it's the dragon sword or something, I will need molds that I derive from deconstructing other sword types. Now that's intended to be an itemization sink, obviously, and there could be a variable informed by your profession expertise, your tools, the station that you're deconstructing at, and the node invests in giving you higher quantities or higher rarities of those deconstructed materials to then inform the crafting component of it. Like all of that is again going to be interconnected.
My question was more on, like, let's say Vladis makes me a legendary sword.
Mhm.
When will that break? Like, when will I need to get another one? There's not really any item destruction, because I know you've talked about it in the past, where it's like you have to have the stuff getting destroyed or else it's not going to have demand. Is that still intended to be a thing?
Well, the stuff being destroyed is through deconstruction. Now, those same deconstruction, so originally durability, when I discussed as a system,
I guess that's my question.
Yeah. Durability, which is separate from deconstruction. Durability is the life force of the item. When originally I had the design where if the item reached half durability, it would be considered a broken state, and that would have diminished stats. And if it goes down to 0, it cannot be equipped. Right? You don't lose the item, but it cannot be equipped. To repair the item, you must have original resources used in the item's creation, right? And that would include deconstructed elements, deconstructed components that come from other swords. So there is a sink in the economy for items that may be dropped, from mobs, might be low quality, whatever, to get those deconstructed materials, which are then used both in the creation of new items that might be higher quality or more unique through mats received through drops and raids and potential trade. And they would be at higher quality because they're crafted as well. That is the original design.
And that's still the intent for items to eventually totally run out of juice and just be spent. Because like right now, one of the concerns is like, well, I get all my best
right
gear.
now it's just gold. Right now you're just we're paying money for deconstruction.
Well, I just meant like let's say I get my final super awesome best in slot item. The concern is that what do I do now? Like there's no more demand. So eventually that item will die. Long term or no?
No, I don't think we would ever have the item die.
Okay.
I think the item can be repaired through the efforts that
Okay.
Yeah.
And that will be enough to fuel the crafting of. You think? I guess.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That was the concern I guess the crafters had, is that like once everybody gets all their best stuff, what do I do now?
No, because again, repairing is the avenue for the sink. Tempering also is derived from deconstruction components, as is the crafting. The item doesn't ever need to be destroyed. If you allow it to get to 0 durability without repairing it, and we don't know necessarily if we're going to require material component cost to repair the item unless it's at 0. So it might just continue to be gold when it's above 0. But if you ever let the item get to 0 and break, then it could require the material components in order to repair. But the item won't ever actually be destroyed.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Intrepid has sold a lot of pre-order cosmetics.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had my microphone off as I was yapping there. What I was trying to say there is the entire system is missing people ascending gear. And so all this comes down to the fact that, yes, it may be a little light on gathering materials to make a legendary weapon, to make legendary armor, whatever, but that's the lower tier ascended armor, like lower tier legendary. There's still higher tier legendary that exists that you can ascend your armor to, that you can improve it on. And so this gear sync that I think these guys want to make your stuff better, it does exist. It just doesn't currently exist with stuff getting reset every 2 months. You have Ascension, and then you also have your leveling of your gear. You have your enchanting system, enchanting of your gear on top of it. And so you have two different systems on top of just the legendary base piece that are resource and money sinks. And so taking those into account are also important. And when you start factoring in how many mats you need to ascend a gear piece, this idea of legendary being legendary is it's quite big. Here, let me go to the Ashes Codex. What's up, Sawman? Good morning, good sir. Let me go to the Ashes Codex and we'll just pull up a greatsword. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. We'll go to the crafting calculator. Okay. Let me pull this up. All right, we're going to switch this over to the crafting calculator. Sorry about that. We're going to expand this a little bit. You guys don't need to see that I am on Pornhub right now. I'm kidding. I am not. I'm just kidding. I will not be on there later. I'm a good person. Let's go here. Okay. So let's pull this out. Make sure we have this out. All right. Nope, wrong one. Okay. Okay. Is it this one? Yes. Okay. Okay, there we go. We are pulling up the Ancient Dungeon Greatsword. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I am on one browser right now, or one monitor right now, and it's a pain in the ass. So this is the materials required to make this Ancient Dungeon Greatsword. As you guys can see, super fancy. That we're looking at a common greatsword. If I make everything in Legendary right now, I just want to go through an example and kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. So we got Legendary Copper. We got Legendary Glittering Steel Ingots. Not that those necessarily exist yet. We got Legendary this. Like everything we farm, we're able to get our hands on all the Legendary. We spend all the hundreds of hours of getting it. You see, with 0 crafting quality, right here, we have a base sword that just crosses over the Legendary two-handed sword line, meaning that this entire bar still exists to max out. And so the basic legendary sword is 4485 fizz power. It's legendary, but there's tiers within this. So if I add like 1,000 quality rating, hypothetically, so I have to then improve my gear, my crafting gear, in order to make this. You see, we go from 4485 to 4610, and the bar now is moved up. And so if we increase this to 10,000 quality rating, you see we go from 4610 to 5003. And so now all of a sudden we're 83% into the legendary tree. And so this idea of ascending the sword is extremely valuable. We went from 4,400. We've gained over 10% more damage on the sword by ascending higher into legendary. And the ascension is expensive. Like each time you ascend, you basically, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, they may have changed it, but I'm almost certain that you need to have like the same amount of mats to deconstruct a greatsword to have the materials to do it all over again. And that is the shit that's just a huge pain in the ass. It is a huge, massive pain in the ass to deal with. And so the entire point of these mats is sure, it, like the base legendary at level 25 in a couple of weeks, sure, you can get legendary relatively quickly. But it's going to take a while to get higher level, and it's going to take even longer to get the higher level in legendary. Does early access mean it's out indefinitely? Early access for a limited time, then with wait till official game launch. So the current early access, I don't know exactly everything that comes with it. I don't know. One second. There we go. I don't know everything that comes with the current early access, and I wish I did for you. I want to say you have Alpha 2 until its entirety. You have access to Beta 1 and Beta 2 when they come out, and I want to say you have the first month free because this game will be a subscription game when it goes live. And so Alpha 2 should probably exist for the next year. So the $42 box cost is like a year's worth of Alpha 2, if I remember correctly. And I could be getting it wrong, but I think you'll be able to play Alpha 2 for a year. So if you break it down to a 12-month period, every month divided by 12, is it $3, roughly $3.50, something like that per month in order to play Ash's Alpha 2. Also having access to both betas. And so not that you're going to play all the time, but that's why they have the price of what it is. When the game does go live, it'll be like $15 or $16 a month to play.
Cosmetics over the years, some of which has already been delivered to players and will continue to be delivered in batches. With the cosmetics cash shopping coming, how would you address players concerned about Intrepid selling new character cosmetics before delivering on the previous one sold and not delivering on the pre-order shop currency yet?
Look, at the end of the day, we are trying to bring Ashes to life, and doing so on the back.
I feel like we got like 2 years before release. We still have 2 betas to get through.
Pre-orders
Yeah,
and one-man shoulders.
I think the 2 betas will be done in the next year and a half or so.
It's a difficult task. We are a company, and as much as I want to see this game,
I've been here for 3.5 hours. Wildfire, how are you?
I've invested in it. We should be taking advantage of those of us in the community who are willing to support this project for its vision, for the progress that we've made, an avenue to do so. That is good. It is healthy for the game. We want that to happen. The question about completing the earlier cosmetics, a lot of those are going to be entitled when the game enters early access. We have a lot of the costumes ready to go from an entitlement perspective. Players who purchase those costumes will have access to those costumes as well as to some of the mount skins. So many of those things are done, and we will be prioritizing their creation in lieu of new cosmetics that will be available when we enter into early access. So our priority is to complete those. Okay. We will be doing that. But we will have a small selection of available cosmetics for the new players who can choose to support the game and the project by participating in those cosmetics. I believe that the best possible MMO RPG environment that is both sustainable for the company, has a balance for user acquisition, right, without a super big upfront box price cost, and is sustainable and respects the integrity of the player, is no box price with a subscription that's $15 a month and a microtransaction market that is cosmetic only. Yeah. That is my philosophy. There is no right or wrong to this philosophy. I'm just going to be honest with you. There is none. Somebody could say that that's bullshit, and I don't think there should be a sub, and it should just be a box price with no microtransactions, and their opinion is just as valid as mine, and that's okay. Again, we're talking about market share. So how many in the market are okay with cosmetics and just a subscription price with no box price? I believe a healthy enough population to support the game. And I believe that that's the best environment for us to stay true to the integrity of the player's accomplishment, not be jebaited down the path of pay to win or pay to convenience items, and sustain regular updates to the live service. Now, that is from my knowledge as a developer and the owner of the company. So, that is up to each of their own to make their own opinion.
Yeah,
So you got
and I think
completion?
that's fair. I
All
think
right, man,
that's
sounds
what
good.
most of the community concern was seeing those new cosmetics come. But you guys are delivering on those pre-order cosmetics sold years ago. So yeah, okay, it's good.
I was actually thinking about it yesterday. I was like, it actually is pretty rare for an MMO to not have any sort of pay to win, like buying currency from the developer. Like,
in general.
you can't even
There's
really
no
think of
MMO
one
that doesn't have a cash shop.
or
Every MMO
I
has
know,
a cash shop.
I know.
like and you have to make all the caveats. So it's like, it's not pay to win. It's just more convenient. Like, it's very
Right.
rare to see, like what Ashes
Well,
is doing, where there's none, except you get to look pretty. Like,
I
that's
agree.
it.
I think that, and to be fair, if I were to verbalize the criticisms that I've seen from people who take odds with the fact that there is a cosmetic shop, it's not so much that they're saying we don't care about having the cosmetic shop. It's that they don't like seeing the cosmetic shop in alpha. And the reality of it is that we are not a traditionally built MMORPG. We are, to some degree, a crowdsourced MMORPG. There is support that you are giving to
Recovery?
the company to fulfill the obligations of the project, and to help bring the project to life. That is also a fact, and it is totally valid not to like that fact. You can go on believing that the best products are made by multi-billion-dollar corporations or publishers who have historically produced these games in a non-crowdsourced fashioned way. And that is a valid thing to do. Some of the best games that I played are developed that way. But if we're talking about innovation and we're talking about risk taking, the crowdsource path, albeit one fraught with danger for projects that don't come to fruition, and we recognize that stigma, requires the support of a community in order to see some of these wilder ideas get the light of day, be actually greenlit. Most boardrooms of these multi-billion-dollar publishers or development studios go where the market data says to go. And that means making either a WoW clone or a Guild Wars 2 clone or a Final Fantasy clone. And I have no problem playing those games. I love those games. I would play those games every day. I historically have. But if we want to do something different, it takes some adoption by a community. And that is the truth. You don't need to be part of that audience. That's totally cool. But don't shit on the people who want to be a part of that audience. That's their right and choice. And if they believe that that's the best way to bring a product like this to life, and they're along for that journey, cool. We'll have you. We want you. Join us.
See, this entire discussion is something that I guess I don't really understand the source of why it's so contentious, right? Like, I don't like pay to win. And the reason I don't like pay to win is I've gotten sucked in the past. I've gotten sucked into playing a pay to win game. I didn't do anything, like I didn't risk my mortgage or anything like that, but I ended up spending money on a game that I otherwise wouldn't have because I just got very competitive over that specific game. And so now when a game has pay to win, I just don't play it anymore. Like I don't risk those sorts of things because I don't want my pocketbook impacting my ability to play a game. I'd rather have my skill impacted. And so I totally understand that perspective. And if people want to play pay to win games, that's fine. Like I know Korean MMORPGs have a huge following because people like to play those traditionally. And that's okay. That's okay that other people like those things. But the idea of a cash shop, my only contention with a potential cash shop is if the only good items that you can get in the game the only good gear, the only good mount skins, the only good character skins that you get in the game, if they only exist through the cash shop and you can't get competitive, cool things through the game, I think that's problematic. There's a video I watched a few years ago talking about ESO, and they talked about how like 95% of the mounts are purchasable through the cash shop, which is insane. Like 95%. Sure, they should have some, like ESO should get their money and everything, but there needs to be a balance there, in my opinion. As long as there's a balance between the cash shop where players want to buy something and purchase something cool versus people going out to earn stuff, I don't have an issue with the cash shop at all. I don't have an issue with the cash shop for cosmetics. I almost never buy cosmetics. It doesn't matter what exists. Like I'm pretty sure through my years of playing multiple different games, I have spent like under $100 through over a decade of MMORPGs on skins and clothes and whatever. And I've spent more on like ESO Plus, which is whatever, but like actually taking other money outside of that out to buy stuff is not something that I normally do because it's not something that like I really need. And so when I see people complain about cash shops, if you're specific in what type of cash shop it is and why it's problematic, it's fine. But just automatically glad handing away like any cash shop is bad, I don't agree. I just don't agree because at some point, like the game you're playing and enjoying does need to make money. Like they do need to make money in some way. And there's multiple different ways to go about making the money. Which one would you prefer? Would you rather have pay to win? Would you rather have a cash shop? Would you rather have an open box cost? Would you rather have a monthly subscription? Would you rather have some combination of all these? Like at some point, like it's got to be something, right? Like it's got to be something. Like people aren't just making free games, like especially in the MMORPG genre where it takes so much money. They're not just going to be making free games and like let you play for free. Like they got to get something somewhere to keep it going. And so, in my opinion, a monthly subscription plus a cash shop is one of the better ones. And that's my personal opinion. If people disagree, that's fine. But I think like a box cost has a little bit more incentivization for a gaming studio to come out with a couple really fancy trailers that show combat that is nothing like the game, and they can sell a box cost game and they don't have to do anything past that. They already got your $50. And like then they're moving on. And so I think a box cost game has a little bit more chance to do that, whereas a monthly subscription is one of those things where you spend $15, you may only get a month out of it. How many games do you get more than a month, right? Like $15 is worth trying, but they have to continue to keep you to come back to play in order to spend $15 the next month and $15 the next month. And if they're doing that, it's worth $15 a month for me. Like personally, like if I know I'm going to play like a month's worth of content, it's worth the $15. And so, yes, they're going to get more in a year out of me if I'm enjoying the game, but I have to enjoy the game in order for them to get that. And so that's my perspective on it. Like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, sure. Instead of spending $50, I'm going to be spending $180, but each month I get a chance to re-up for 15. And if I'm not having fun anymore, then I'm just going to stop. And so I may stop after 1 month. I may stop after 5, but it all hinges on the game, like coming out with what they're coming out with. And that's just my preference. Domi, what's going on? Servers are expensive and the buried entry is crazy. Not just the price developed, but also the risk. No one is going to topple WoW, Final Fantasy 14, and RS. High risk needs a reward. Yeah.
Medics are the end game.
You kind of already answered this question a little bit ago. It was regarding weapon skill trees. They're kind of copy pasta, and so it kind of creates like an illusion of choice with those. So I was wondering if that was a balancing issue or a design issue, but it seems like it's more so that it's just not fully developed. So instead of asking that question, there's been a lot of discussion around what a hardcore player and a casual player can do, and that Ashes is straying away from being a casual friendly game. Are there any gameplay loops or systems that are being designed or introduced with the casual player in mind? For example, sport fishing and arenas are good form of like short-term content, but not all encompassing of like all different types of play styles. are there more designs with shorter game time casualness involved?
So I think that from a design perspective, in an MMORPG, when you are thinking of introducing a feature or a piece of content, you ask yourself two questions. What do I do with this piece of content when I have an hour to play? And what do I do with this piece of content when I have 10? Right? And we're talking about play sessions here. We're talking about play sessions specifically. And as a design team, if you can answer that question in a way that feels satisfying in both scenarios, you've succeeded. So when we're talking about the systems you mentioned, like fishing, right? Or we're talking about gathering, or we're talking about crafting and componentizing those systems so that you can make slow progress. Those are things that whether I log in for the hour or not, like I have the ability to either make progress that ends in the culmination of a completion event within that hour, right? It could be a completion of a step along a grand reveal, but it has to feel like I'm completing something, right, within that play session. That's how we try to architect all of our features.
Okay.
Now, the flip side of that coin is not just the feeling of the gameplay, but it is the power acquisition. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, power, influence, those are the reasons we play these games in a social system. We want to achieve those things. Immersion, role play, that's along the way, right? And they can play into that to some degree. But that is the ultimate pursuit. How do we balance the 10-hour day against the 1-hour day? And again, this is another point where I would say mitigation is the objective, elimination is not the point. You cannot do that in a progressive game. It is not possible to do that and still respect the time of the player. Because when you have people who are dedicating 16 hours a day to this game, they need to feel like those 16 hours were spent
Nice Gaming is a
against
dev.
the person who spends the hour. And that requires progression along a vertical path in some cases, but horizontally as well, right? Some of that power progression doesn't have to feel always vertical. It can be options. It can be a breadth of responses. It can be my reaction capabilities. That is an important design philosophy. So we try to lean in there as well. In the way that we confer power. It's not just about the vertical outgoing, system. It is also about how you have the capability to respond.
As a dad, as a person that has 3 kids and only has 2 to 3 hours, that's the majority of my Ashes gameplay per day. I like that. I do. Like, I don't care that the person that's playing 16 hours a day is way ahead of me, because I still feel like what I'm doing in my little small time matters to me. I mean, it may not matter to you, but it definitely mattered to me in my gameplay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also think that
Okay.
like arenas, battlegrounds, they kind of like facilitate a
And
different
duels.
type of progression, which is like
Rules, yeah.
ego progression, ranking up without giving any meaningful power to the player, but giving them infinite loops of gameplay.
Absolutely.
So with my question actually goes into more PvP discussion. So we've had lawless PvP zones in
Flatus
the
with
world,
the
which is, I
PvP
think,
question.
fantastic for relievers for now. But does the team still intend to have more dynamic PvX like world events, like maybe something like Capture the Flag, Oddball, King of the Hill, or even something to accommodate different player sizes, like 8v8, 16v16, 20 versus 20, or even like the first guild to sign up versus the other first guild to sign up, like something like that?
Do we intend to have those types of events?
Yeah, like just like different kind of PvX events around the world that players of both PvX and PvP can enjoy.
Yeah, and I think that the latest story arc is a good example of that, right?
Okay.
That is a lawless based environment that has competing resource acquisition, and that has an event predicated on kill completion and or boss completion, which then opens an enclosed space fraught with PvX danger, where the objective is to acquire PvE, goods at the risk of a PvP environment. So, that type of design should be intrinsic while also incorporating those objective um, uh, um, more Zerg v small group objective design as part of the event local.
Yeah, I just feel like, killing each other's fine. It's fun and all, but it gets boring, right? So it's like having different objectives that challenge the players differently and engaging, and also considering like world boss design or just like other things in general that could really interfere or create certain restrictions that are like, oh crap,
I
like,
saw
I
some
think
of it.
that's
We could
just
talk about it
what
here
makes
in a
the world
minute
feel fun and alive.
if you want to
Yeah, I mean,
compound on
let's
that a
think
little bit more.
about the current Harbinger design, right? It's not just about
Oh,
killing.
by the way,
each other.
Harbingers are the event looked awesome.
Yes, it's not just about killing each other in that design, right? Um, boss dynamics are important. The boss abilities create unique instances of battlefield tactic requirements when engaging enemy opponents. So tactically moving around those is important. There is a chest that is the objective acquisition point within the interior, the Narthax of the Harbinger, that players have to channel against, right? So it's a kind of a control point acquisition
Okay.
that becomes relevant, along with significant bottlenecking and choke points within the level design. That creates for more dynamic, raid v raid elements. There's also hidden spawned objectives that exist both within the pocket dungeon proper and around the Harbinger that smaller groups and or individual solos can go for. When we're talking about crate design, crate acquisition, crate development, and closing specific geysers within the incursion areas, those are different trade-based kind of movement-oriented objectives. So like there are non-kill based objectives. Ultimately, PvP though is player versus player, so
No, for sure.
combat should be intrinsic in that all of those designs.
Right.
But there are different objective points.
Right, and that's why I like the whole like capture the flag, because you're still killing people, but there's
Yeah. So kind of compounding on this a little bit. I don't know if you were in the chat but watching, but there were a lot of new eyes worried about PvP being everywhere. Yeah. There's some people you're just not going to make happy. Like and that's fine. And I talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't know. I don't need to go in any further than I have, but a good PvX system allows both to exist. And there's plenty of players that want a hardcore PvP full loot game, and this game's not that. And there's plenty of players that don't want any PvP at all. They want PvE, they want their closed player loops, they want their instance raid dungeons, they want all that. And this game is not that either. They're drawing to a genre, like Steven said earlier, they're attempting to draw to a genre of people that aren't attracted to WoW skin number 576, where it is the WoW MMORPG, but with an Elder Scrolls Online skin, or the WoW MMORPG with the Guild Wars 2 skin, or, whatever. Like, it's just, it all comes back to like this one design absolutely revolutionized the genre. And a lot of people are attached to that specific design and they love that design. And so many games have copied it. But at some point through different purchases, whether you're buying shoes or anything else, would you rather buy like Nike shoes or would you rather buy like the offshoot version, right? Or would you rather buy Nikes or Reeboks or whatever? Like at some point, you buy a different type of shoe that caters to a different audience. Sure, like the Nikes are the best shoe, and sure, they're knockoffs, like they're kind of like that, but the knockoff will never be as good as the original. Just like a lot of games that try to emulate World of Warcraft will never compete with World of Warcraft. So why continue to make a bastardized version of that game? It doesn't make any sense to me. Make something different that people like, that are pulling in an audience that is not being captured right now, that people enjoy. There, through Arc Raiders, through multiple other games, it has been shown that there is a PvX gaming audience. And I'm not saying that there's a ton of people that play Arc Raiders that all of a sudden that they would play an MMORPG that has PvX, but it's a more specialized progression version of Arc Raiders. That's what MMORPGs are. And if you're going to tell me that people that play other PvX games wouldn't consider being able to specialize their character more and nerd out even more, I think you're crazy. Like, I think that is absolutely something people would play if it's done well. But in general, like PVX is cool because you can have different people engaging in different systems. Like as an example, when I was playing Imperial City in ESO, I would go around and I'd try to PvP. That's what I wanted to do right away. I would try to get PvP. If other people are killing bosses, I'd kill them and I would fight them. I would tag them. I would get them to get off the boss because I wanted to fight them. And that was fun. If there was a lot of people and I couldn't fight them, I would hop on my ganker and I would gank them and I would take their Telvar stone. So the idea of killing 20 people didn't exist. And so literally I would just try to kill a couple people and then I would try to run away with the Telvar stones. And that's how I would get my fun out of it. Those are two completely different player loops. Sure, it's PvP, but it's different types of PvP. If nobody existed in the sewers, I would grind Telvar myself. I would go kill bosses and I would get the gold and I would make resources. And that's another player loop that I could do in that area. And it all depended on the time of the day. It all depended on the amount of players in the area. And my player loop completely changed based off of what was going on. And we're going to see that happen with the Harbinger system. Like sometimes there's going to be 100 people doing the Harbinger event. And sometimes it's going to be like 3 a.m. and there's going to be 10 people. And that player loop is going to be vastly different. It's not going to be like going in to do an instance boss. And that's part of the appeal for me specifically, is the fact that it can change and the fact that the variables can differ. And that type of replayable loop is really fun. But for some people, any type of PvP is a negative for them. So they could play at 4 a.m. and there could be nobody doing the Harbinger event system. But the fact that it can happen is a no-go for them. They just don't want it. They don't want it at all. And that's okay. But for those specific people, like this game is just not for them. It's not for what they want. Can you fish in the sewer tunnels? Sewer tunnels. Where at?
It's an objective to complete also,
Correct,
right? So
yes.
it's like, I love that kind of stuff.
Yep. And Capture the Flag is really introduced with certain relic spawns. A relic you could consider a flag. Its base of origin that you're returning it to is obviously a settlement. And in that regard, there are intents to make sure, and there might already be, relics within the Harbinger event that are sought after and then create a dynamic Capture the Flag type of event.
Sweet.
All right, I got a fun one.
Okay,
so,
and we got, and I think we're now approaching the 2-hour mark.
This one,
So
this one's
We can
little
probably
over.
this
we
one.
can do 2 more questions. We'll do this one and one more.
All right,
Mine's
2 more
pretty easy.
questions.
So, many gamers really enjoyed proximity chat in New World and most recently Arc Raiders. I know you've mentioned this in the past with taverns, but honestly, I think proximity chat in this game all around, with how social it is and
Yes.
the player friction, would lead to a lot of really cool moments.
I agree.
I do not think that there should be proximity chat everywhere.
I would love it.
However,
I agree.
do think that
I want it
spaces
everywhere.
should have proximity chat. I think that those spaces are taverns, as we've talked about in the past, within settlements. I think that they could even be taverns within freeholds, as we've talked about from a business perspective. I think that would be cool in those spaces. Even adding some attenuated volume to the proximity, that you could hear outside of the tavern. So you walk past and you just, hear people inside potentially a little bit, although they wouldn't be able to hear you. So I think that could be cool. And then obviously, a party and or raid based chat, I think is important. But no, not a full world proximity. The last thing I want to do is litter my immersion. I mean, that would give you a real good reason to want to murder the group next to you in a dungeon.
Yes.
Player friction.
I get that.
Man.
I get that. But I think that would just be. I think that what would happen is you would have a lot of people opt out, and then the benefit of the effect, becomes, I don't know. I think that'd be rough.
I'm just thinking of all the Arc Raiders clips that just make either really fun gameplay or really toxic gameplay. And I think it's probably up to the player to opt in or opt out, but I think it's a cool mechanic.
But it does make you feel
I did see somebody in chat say perhaps in the open seas. Better yet, perhaps on a boat.
Node sieges.
So if you're standing on the deck of a boat, you have proximity chat. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. I don't know.
Sea shanty.
I'm all for proximity chat. I'm all for proximity chat everywhere as long as it has an opt-out system. Like, I'm fine with it. And I know like an opt-out system takes away the effectiveness of having proximity chat, but if you don't want to listen to it, you should be able to just mute it like any other channel. ESO had it to where you could just mute the channel and you could go to your guild chat or whatever, and you could listen to that specific channel, and you didn't have to listen to proximity chat. And that's how I functioned with like 95% of my gameplay. Like I don't give a shit about other people are saying in the game. I don't even respond to DMs. Like all I care about is just playing the game. Like I don't care about people talking shit to me. I don't care about people messaging me. I really don't. But that 5%, the choice for me 5% of the time to turn it on and like engage when I want to, is immensely valuable. Like it does add so much to the game, to any game, to where you can have proximity chat. I didn't use proximity chat a ton in New World, but there were enough clips that made me believe that it was valuable. It was worth having. And so that's my perspective on it. Will I use it a lot? No. Should it exist? I think so. Yeah.
You just have like propaganda boats sailing around the world, people screaming at each other.
That would be
All
interesting
right.
to test.
We ain't gonna hold you up all night. I'm gonna change the order on the last one, but you kind of touched on this one earlier, but I kind of want to get like your full thoughts on it to a certain extent. Settlement destruction, which causes a player to lose belongings and the settlement they worked so hard to build up, is not yet in game.
Correct.
But is a potential risk of a settlement siege. There are many players, including new ones, still unaware of this mechanic. My question is, how do you foresee the player base responding to settlement destruction? And would you be willing to compromise on its design/risk involved?
How do I see players responding to it?
Negatively.
I was going to say, I don't see a lot of them saying, yay,
We lost.
we lost.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't think it's the loss that really we want to focus on. I think that the loss is something we need to build recovery systems around. I think that we need to build incentive systems around. I think that there are opportunities that can be found in loss that can soften the blow. I think that, we lean into that path.
Yeah.
Am I willing to compromise on node destruction?
Say no. Please say no.
Well, not the destruction, but rather the design / how much risk is involved, like losing all the materials that you had in the bank at that
say
node
no.
/ settlement.
Please say no.
I think that there are ways, again, to mitigate that. There might be policies that the node could adopt. So in exchange, anytime you want to give a power, you need to take a cost. Right. And so what you're describing is, how can I mitigate my losses? Well, you can.
Plenty of
ways.
It
cost you. It may cost you one of your policy slots. It may cost you one of your build slots. Relic it might cost you a relic slot. And then in that case, what you've done is you've created a countryside of options for player types. Players who may be more adverse to risk, right? Just like an investment portfolio.
Yeah.
I may only invest in CDs. I might invest in hedge funds. You know what I mean? There's a gambit to run there. That can be true of the node market. If I see a node that is more adverse to risk and might invest in those types of choices, then I'm going to go there if I'm a more risk adverse player. So I think that's how we build systems like this. And let's see, willing to compromise on the design risk involved. I think that's already built into the system.
Yes.
Again, I think that's built into the system.
Yes.
Could there be like a relic that this?
Okay. I also have a lot to say about this. Tonight is yapping night. Okay. Like we're just yapping tonight. My perspective on this is the loss can already be mitigated. Like the current system already exists to where you can mitigate loss through a node. And I think a lot of people look at it and like, you know, like we'll use the example Steven talked about, investing in CDs and investing in hedge funds, right? Let's say you have $10,000 to invest, right? Sure, you can invest, you can be an angel investor to one specific project that sounds promising, and you can throw all $10,000 into that investment, and it may hit, or like most investments, it may fail, and you just lost all 10,000 of your dollars. Or you could diversify. You could throw half of it into CDs. You could throw half of it into tech stocks, you know, like AI, whatever the current bubble is that you really want to invest in. You could throw into those projects, and so now you have half it into CDs, which will gain something, and you're not going to lose a ton investing into CDs. And then you have your AI bubble stuff, or you have your Nvidia stocks, like those things that are going fucking nuts. Like you can invest like 25-30% into that, and then you invest your other 25% or 20% into your angel investments. And instead of doing it into one project, maybe you spread out that 20%, that $2,000 into 10 different projects. That way, if one project fails, you're only out $2,000. You're not out $10,000, right? Or you're only out $100, $200, not 10,000. And so being able to diversify your investments is important. Now, you may be asking, okay, no one, what the fuck does that have to do with Ashes of Creation? Well, you have different banks that exist in Ashes of Creation right now. You have your Miralith Bank, you have your Winstead Bank, you have your Halcyon. Like every single node that gets developed to a certain point has a bank that you can put resources into. If you want to mitigate your risk, you can diversify your legendary materials across multiple different banks. So if I'm sitting on hypothetically 500 legendary copper and I want to hold on to it for some ungodly reason and I don't want to sell it right away, instead of losing 500 in my main node, I can put 50 here, 50 here, 50 here. That way, any node that gets attacked, I only lose 50 legendary copper. I don't lose 500 legendary copper. There's also nodes like Lionhold, which you cannot siege, that also has a bank that you can put your most valuable resources into. And so this diversification, it comes at a loss of efficiency, right? Like you have to travel to these other places to get these resources, but you've now diversified your resources and spread them out. Now, you may be saying, okay, no one, that's great and everything, but what if I have already diversified and now my risk is getting too high? Well, you can either purchase, you can use the materials the way they're supposed to be used and use it towards gear and you sell it, or you improve your gear and then you sell it. Or, you know, you can potentially use it on new and upgrading your current gear, because that's what resources are meant to be done. They're meant to be used. Like there's so many players that literally just hoard resources and they have all of them, but they don't use them. And in a game like this, like it incentivizes you to get those resources or turn those resources into something else and spread it out into the economy. Because what they can't take away from you, your gold sits in your inventory. It doesn't sit into your bank. And so you can turn your materials into gold. And so if you're worried about losing a shit ton of materials, you can transition it into something a little bit more liquid that can sit in your inventory that you don't have to worry about losing. And so all of these things are ways to diversify. And so the idea of losing all of your mats in Ashes of Creation is 100% a skill issue. It is a skill issue if you lose all of your mats in one specific node. And so when I hear people complaining about like, oh man, I might lose something, like we have the fucking Jundark, we have the desert, we have the tropics, we have the anvils, we have the Riverlands. If you really want to diversify, you could spread out to 2 or 3 different biomes and put all your different things in there, and you're losing 1/10 of your mats or less than that. And if you're really worried about losing that much because you're just sitting on so much, you can switch it into something else. And so that's why I don't want it to be gone. Like if you're going to make the mistake of sitting on like 500 legendary braidwood in one bank and somebody comes and sacks it, that's your fault. Like that's your fault for putting 500 legendary braidwood there. What were you doing with 500 legendary braidwood? You could have made gear. You could have sold it. You could have done so many other things to protect yourself. You could have spread it out to where you only lost 50 legendary braidwood, but you decided you wanted it all in the same spot because it looked pretty on your inventory. And now it doesn't look pretty in your inventory because it's not there anymore because you decided not to protect yourself. That's a skill issue.
Node is now, like, instead of losing 100% of your stuff, it only loses potentially like 80 to 60%.
Generic
like,
games, it's up,
there's
dude.
like a range percentage. So it's like by having this relic equipped to this node or this settlement, sorry.
I don't think it would be that powerful, but in the same
Okay.
line of effect, what you're describing, right? So, barring the numbers you used, is there a relic that would mitigate loss? Yes, I think there should be.
Awesome.
Because it consumes a power source. It consumes
I would never
a
use
cost,
it.
right? You can only have
There's
so
no
many
point.
relics active at a particular time. And again, like there might even be node relationship benefits, trade agreements, resources spent. Those types of things are avenues. Those are levers we pull, right? The whole point of having these beefy system designs is that they are opportunities to create depth. The way you create depth is you take values, numerical values, and right now we're talking about lost values, resources lost, gold lost in the investment of my home, time lost in the investment, in recuperating my citizenship. Like all those things are really just math points, and we want to play with that math. Well, how do we play with the math and make interesting choices for players to exchange their choices for? Well, we have these verticals, they're policies, they're trade goods, they're all those things, right? So we use those.
I think Nice made it, or I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, well, like, while I got you here, I had a crazy idea about this. What if the attacker could choose to be more or less vicious? Like, imagine somebody comes and takes over your node, but they're like, hey, you get to keep it all, but we're just taking control of it. Like, what?
Well,
I just really want to
idea
get
about
that
that.
crafting station up, but I don't want to destroy your node.
We have designs in place for that.
Okay,
which is siege scrolls. So certain siege scrolls have certain game mode rules, and siege scrolls will have different costs associated with them. So if a siege scroll, let's say, wanted to target just a building to destroy, that may be a siege scroll that we offer, and it might have a very limited cost associated with it, right? So like that is an element where what are you really doing with this design? Well, you're presenting a lower risk profile against a lower opportunity, right? And that's okay. That's in balance. That's good. But ultimately, it's still creating the same event. It's still creating the same player activity, right? It's still an investment for those people to participate and want to defend. That's cool because you get more mileage out of the system.
I think that also provides, like, the point earlier when we talked about like feeling.
Oh,
like,
you're talking about
like
Imperial
people
City.
just settlement hop, like with siege destruction. Like you won't do that because
I thought you're
in a
talking about
siege, or if
Ashes.
you're in a settlement that has like guilds or people that aren't good at PvP, or maybe they don't care about it, like you may not want to be a part of that settlement because they can get siege and there's not really gonna be much of a battle there. They're gonna lose. So it's like actually paying attention to the politics and what guilds are where will be very determinant, especially when sieging is going to be in place.
For sure. Well, guys.
All right, that's the end. I want to summarize this end by saying, if they came out with a relic or a trophy that mitigated loss in a node, I feel like it's a huge miss. Like if you have a choice between multiple trophies, there's just no point in running that one. Like you can already do that. Prozac says, I'm a filthy casual. I've been playing for 2 years and haven't really participated in node growth or anything like that, but that makes sense. Don't keep all your eggs in one settlement. Yeah. Like you can keep all your important stuff in the starting area. And so you can't lose it. Like that's the first start. And if you have more than that, you can diversify it and spread it out. And if you get to that point, and this is how I approach everything from a cost, risk versus reward perspective. If you're holding so much that you wouldn't want to lose it, then don't hold so much. Like it should be like, and that number is different for everybody, right? Like there's points in time where like, if I'm running around with like stacks of legendary materials, I don't want to die. I don't want to randomly get stuck in the ground, right? Like, what if I randomly fall through the map and I die? What if I freeze and a fucking mushroom kills me? I'm sitting on so many materials. I just run the thought process through my head. Do I have too many resources to where if some fucking bullshit happens, I'm going to be mad that I lose it? If the answer is yes, I go back to the bank and I drop it off. If the answer is no, I stay out. Like, yeah, I can lose this. I can lose half of this. I don't give a shit. Like, I barely have anything on me. It doesn't matter, right? And it's the same thing you can apply to your bank. You can look in your inventory and you go, hey, if somebody sieged our node right now, would I be okay losing this? If the answer is no, diversify it. Spread it out. Spread it out to other areas. If you don't want to do that, that's okay. Sell it or use it. Like, hey, you know, I've been wanting to make this chess piece. Maybe I should sell some of these legendary mats to get the gold to purchase some of these other pieces and then use the rest of the mats to make this chess piece that I want. Now I've just gotten rid of like 300 legendary materials in my inventory. They can't steal my new chess piece from me. Like, they can't steal this. And so now I've switched some stuff into gold. Now I have a new armor piece. And now I've diversified my inventory. And now you can look at it and you're like, am I okay if I lose this? If the answer is yes, then you're good. And you can go out farming about your day. This really only impacts the people that just hoard and collect materials and do not use them. As long as you're recycling it, which is the point of the economy, as long as you're recycling materials and putting it into your gear, resource sinking into enchanting, resource sinking in by throwing into the economy to get gold. There's so many different ways to protect your resources that losing a node only really severely impacts housing, right? Like, it impacts your ability to control their nodes, like if you're the high badass node. But if you're really losing a shit ton of mats off of like losing, like getting a node destroyed, it's a skill issue. And like, you just got to be better and you got to protect yourself more, in my opinion. Catonic Gaming, what's going on? And so that's why, like, when I hear it, it's like, dude, like, you can protect yourself. Like, and the other thing is you can still get good at PvP. Like, you can still protect yourself. And even if you lose it, then you just attack 2 other nodes. Like, okay, sure, I lost my node. I lost my mats. But now I can go attack this node. And now I can go attack this node. And we're going to beat these nodes. And so I may have lost 1 mat bank of resources. But I gained 2 because I sacked 2 other nodes. So sometimes the best defense is a good offense and just inflicting more damage than you had inflicted on you. And so the entire point is there's options. It doesn't just like a game like this, you only lose when you stop playing. You can take losses. You can lose a battle here. You can lose a battle here, but you can pick yourself up. You can get back to it and you can become better. And you can continue to get better and continue to build yourself back up. And everybody that plays this game for a long period of time will incur losses. Like, that's just how it's designed. And so knowing like, hey, right now is my time to incur this loss. I'm going to inflict this on somebody else later so that they feel what I feel. That's how, like, I think that's the way to approach it personally, because it's a game, you know, it's not real life. Eye for an eye is perfectly acceptable in video games. So yeah, those are my thoughts. That's the end of this recap. Maybe at some point later this week, maybe next week, I'll watch the S-Fund video. I got another video that I need to work on. Maybe it'll come out Friday or Saturday. Another thing I'm working on. Not seen this Q&A yet, been meaning to. Yeah, it came out last night. I wasn't able to watch it last night. But yeah, it was pretty good. There are a lot of really good questions. I just recapped all of it on this live stream. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here. I know some of you guys just came in recently, but I got to head to bed. We have early access tomorrow, and I'm going to be around for that. So I will catch you guys in the next stream. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see you guys.